morning, friends. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Let me just give the YouTube a second to catch up here, and then we'll jump in. Well, if you're hanging out while I'm waiting, thumbs up. If you give the video with a quick thumbs up, I would appreciate it. That would be lovely. Okay, all right. Here we go. Okay, friends, so we're going to do the best we can today. I have been down and out all week. If you caught me last Saturday, my voice was crazy, and I was losing my voice and from all the teaching. Well, typically what happens when I end a whole, like 3 months of travel teaching, I come down with something, and I came down with something. So basically spent all week in bed. Thursday felt like $1 million, probably overdid it Thursday. So yesterday, kind of did nothing again all day. I feel really good, but the coughing is out of control. So, excuse me, hopefully already this morning I have got that out of my system, about 2 hours worth. So we're going to cross our fingers, and we're going to hope that I don't cough up a storm. And if I do, it's going to be mind over matter. If I do, I'll just stop really quick and say, hey, hang tight. I'll be right back, and then I'll go in the other room, and then I'll come back. So, but I feel good, so that's good. I just don't sound necessarily great. I feel better than I sound. So hopefully we won't run into that. Anyway, hello, welcome, happy Saturday. If you are new here, just know this is going on. Voice is still a little crazy. If you're new here, welcome to you. My name is Lael Kankar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. When I am not traveling, which has been a heck of a lot the last 3 months, we are here on Saturdays on my YouTube channel doing what I like to call creative listing. So a couple days before we get together on a Saturday, I publish a couple of listing topics or listing prompts, and on Saturday mornings I work on those listing prompts, and I call it creative listing because I am adding all kinds of fun things with it. Adding die cuts and stamps and doing all different kinds of things, but teaching while we're at it, so kind of talking about my thought process and why I picked one thing over another, and tips and tricks on stamping and all different kinds of things. So we have a lot of fun here. We've been at it about 5.5 years, so just so overjoyed that you are with me this Saturday to hang out for a bit. If you are watching live, welcome to you. There is a live chat that takes place. I see it on the right hand side of my screen. And in a minute, I will divert my eyes and kind of see who's here and say hello. But that's a great place to check in. You guys have built this amazing community over the last 5.5 years. Some of you are now friends in person, which I love. Some of you are now best of friends online, and it's just been a wonderful, supportive community over the last 5.5 years. So if you want to pop in and say hello, if you're watching live, that would be great. Welcome to you if you're live, and if you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. If you're watching the replay, just pop in the comments and let us know you're here, because that would be great as well. All right? So let me just divert eyes for a second, and let's see who's here, okay? Oh gosh, why am I looking like that? I have no idea. I think maybe I turned my phone funny. Not sure why I'm looking up to the sky. Let's try that. I know what I did. Usually I think my camera is up in the upper left corner, and now it's in the lower right corner, so I feel like I'm looking at anyhow. It's so weird. Don't mind me. Marianne, hello, nice to see you. Marianne is traveling in California, so she'll watch the replay. Nice to see you, Marianne. Enjoy your trip. Hello, Grace. I'm happy to receive notification of shows starting in 27 minutes. Thanks for all of your shows. Yeah, you guys, there are hundreds out here. Hundreds since we started this 5.5 years ago. We have done, I've lost count, but 500 some odd creative lists over the last 5.5 years. So, and once we get going, we'll talk kind of more about that whole concept of creative listing and what it can do for you. So nice to have you, Grace. Hello, Heather. Good morning, Heather. Ms. L. Good morning. Good morning, Amy. Amy is my right hand. If you you can tell I'm very much concentrating and not coughing. In the chat, you will see her. She is highlighted in blue, and she is here to hang out with us, but also as I'm using different products, she will be including links in the description, links in the chat to the website of products I'm using. You will also find in the description box of the video a link to the what I'm using page on the website. So lots of fun things we're using today. And thank you, Amy, for joining us. We're talking weather. It looks like Amy lives in Arizona. 59 in Arizona. Holy cow, I wonder what it is here. I live in Utah. Let's see if it will tell me. Oh, 41 degrees here in Utah this morning. Fahrenheit, obviously. But anyhow, so it's getting chilly, right? We've got, I woke up, there was frost on the ground, on the grass this morning. So that's kind of cool, I guess, cool. I do live in Utah, northern Utah, and we rely very much on snow for a couple of reasons. Number one, tourism. There are lots of ski resorts in Utah, and we really rely on the tourism dollars from people coming in to ski. Number two, though, we live in a high mountain desert. Utah is a high mountain desert. And so we really rely on the precipitation from the snowfall for our water. And we have zero snow so far this year. I just saw something the other day that said if we go maybe another week without snow, it will be the longest on record that we have gone without any snow. So it's a little odd right now. It's cold, but no, I mean, blue skies. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll see something soon, right? Good morning, Carol from Central Canada. Hi, Kathy. She said, rain is gone. It'll be 70s in the afternoon. Southern California, you guys always need the rain, so that's good, right? Hello, Vikash from Long Island, New York. Laura, good morning. Oh, look at that. Rain just left them in Colorado. So usually, Laura, we get first whatever you guys get. We got no rain. I don't know. Maybe we did. This week's been a total blur, so maybe we did. Actually, now that I think about it, we did have a little bit of rain on Thursday. Anyhow. Let's see. Hello, Louisa. Nice to see you, also from Southern California. Hi, Cindy, also from Southern California. Pirate Wench, Morning Scroll Squad from Overcast SoCal. Right, lots of SoCals. Brenda, good morning. Becky, hello, Becky from Chile, Montana. Becky, do you guys have snow yet? Snow? You probably so, I would imagine, right? Nice to have you, friend. Hello, Mara Lee. Good morning. Also in SoCal. Oh, so fun. No. Mara Lee is not. She is central northernish, right, Mara Lee? But she is down in Southern California for Thanksgiving. Like Southern California is like in the in the house. And Mara Lee, I just remembered. You guys have the Rams game, right? Early birthday present. Happy birthday again. I know we chatted about that. That was so fun. Good morning, Jody Biz, Annie Brown. Or excuse me, Amy is asking. I will also tell you. Look, the box of Kleenex. So, give me 1 second. I will that will be not far from me today. I just want to make sure that I kind of get out of camera range there. Don't want my nose to be running. Well, it's going to be running, but it is what it is. Let me see. I know. Amy asked, anyone have their Christmas tree up yet? So curious. Are you before Thanksgiving? Are you Thanksgiving weekend? And this is if you're in the U.S., right? Well, I guess it could be if you're in Canada too. Your Thanksgiving is quite a bit earlier, but hey, there's no judging here. If you want to put my Canadian friends, if you want to put your Christmas tree up in October, that's totally okay, right? No rules when it comes to that. But good question for the chat. Are you a Christmas tree, Christmas decorating in general before Thanksgiving, after Thanksgiving, or you wait until December? For us, it is actually going to start today. Which is a little bit early, but we've been doing this the last couple of years. Our older son Jack and his fiance always come into town last couple of years for Thanksgiving. So I think it's kind of nice because we don't see them Christmas, so it's kind of nice to have the house decorated for Christmas. So that will start this afternoon. In between probably rest on the couch. So curious, let us know in the chat. What do you do? Heather said good morning from SoCal. She's working on Christmas cards today. I love it. Where Jody is, overcast in the upper peninsula of Michigan. Upper peninsula, is that like the thumb part of the mitten? Jody, I don't know. Hello, Kelly. Zen Girl Scott here. Yay. Let's see. Good morning, Maritza. Nice to see you. Deanna. A cough pause. Yeah, we'll see, right? Amy has multiple trees. It sounds like she's getting one out today. Maritza's in her journal. I love that. Kelly, thank you. Yes, we're feeling better. Thank you. I appreciate that. It is like, as long as I can remember, I at least get it, whatever it is, once a year. Usually a pretty good run at it, except for the years during the pandemic. Twice during the pandemic, I did get COVID. But other than that, I was really healthy the other years. So it was interesting how it happens, right? But that's just one of the, when you travel a lot and you are with a lot of people and talking to a different lot of people and, all those things just happens. So I guess it's a hazard of the job, right? Hello, Ashley from East Tennessee. Good morning, Rita from Virginia. Bernadette from Colorado. I can't see who. Someone is working on their 2024 December daily. I'm starting to be that time of year, isn't it? Janelle, hello from Ohio. She's also prepping for December daily, December documented. All right, guys. Hello, Lisa. Pam, good morning. Good morning. You're so sweet, Pam. Thank you. All right, friends. So let's see. Hello, Gerda from Texas. She's happy to be here live today. I'm happy to be here live today too, you guys. You know that. I always love it. It's Dole UK. Rue and Lily, hello from the reigning Dole UK at 5 p.m. Nice to have you join us. I always, I love having everyone here, but it's always a little special when we have some of our international friends joining us, right? Including our Canadians or international friends. Thank you, Julie. Talking about feeling better, yes. Whiskey and lemon. Okay. It's funny. The lady that has done our house cleaning for, I don't know, probably 20 some odd years. I totally messed up this week in my stupor. And I had her down for Thursday instead of Wednesday. So she got here on Wednesday and I was in no position to know. And I texted her and I'm like, she's at the front door and I'm like, I am so sorry. I totally messed up and I am just sick. And I said, I think tomorrow will be good. So she ended up coming on Thursday. But she texted me back and she goes, you know what? All you need is a nice shot of tequila with some lemon and honey and you'll feel great. And I'm like, ooh, I don't know about tequila with honey. Tequila with lemon would work, but yeah. So some kind of shot usually sometimes does the trick, right? We'll see. I won't do that while we're live. I did ask Nick to, when, I don't know, he's out blowing leaves or something, to, pardon me, when he comes in to bring me some hot tea, even though if you know me, that's like hot dirt water, but I'm going to do it. Lisa's 44 in Southern New Hampshire. Janelle. Yes, Janelle, it is sounding better for sure. Brenda, thank you. Love my necklaces. This is funny. I like, sometimes when you've been like in bed down and out all week and you haven't showered and you look like, death warmed over, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to add some necklaces today because I can, right? Because I can. Let's see. It snowed twice for Becky in Montana. Oh, I love it. I know it's that kind of year or time of year. I'm like, ooh, let's have some snow. And then usually after a couple of weeks of that, I'm like, okay, I'm good. Let's have sunshine again. Hi, Cheryl is putting up her tree while listening. Very, very, very good. Yeah. Some of you know I don't like tea, but I'm going to do it. Janelle, tree up before Thanksgiving. The rest of the house decorated? No. Christmas decorations on Black Friday. That's usually what we used to do. Good morning, Vivian. You got your mail yesterday and your tree goes up today. Good. All right, friends. Linda, hello. Tree going up this weekend. I just want to make sure I can say hi to everybody and then we'll move on, okay? Wanda has a special tree she puts out for her granddaughter. Wanda, I don't know if I emailed you this week or not. I know you emailed me. If I haven't, huge apologies. If you would do me a favor, I know it's in my email. Will you just send that to me again? Just hit reply all or whatever, and that will bump to the top of my email. And then when we're done this afternoon, I'll send that to you. Thank you. All right. I love it. There's so much chat happening. So much chat. I love it. Kate said, hope you feel better. Thank you. Sunny in Toledo, where she is in Ohio. Okay, friends. So let's talk about just a few things. All right. Let's talk about, first of all, our listing schedule for between now and the end of the year. We are listing every Saturday between now and the end of the year, with the exception, I think it's the 13th, whatever that part of December is. Nick and I will be in New York. Nick turns 60, my husband, end of November. So that is kind of how we're going to celebrate, or one of the ways that we're going to celebrate, I should say. So we will not be around listing that Saturday, but we will be the following weekend, and I'll tell you all about it then. Let's see what else. Oh, the November Stamp and Die release hit about 10 days ago. not even 10 days ago. It was on the 14th. I will be using a couple of stamps, new stamps today. I know there have been a lot of questions about how am I going to incorporate some of these new stamps in some of our lists, because some of you are like, oh yes, I really want to buy them, but I really want to know, Lael, how you're going to be using them in your list. So you'll see me use them 2 different ways today. Gosh, what else? I don't know. Whatever else will come to me. Oh, I know. 2 other things. Number 1, when I did the release, the November release, when I did kind of the unboxing here live on my YouTube channel, I mentioned a couple things. Number 1, mentioned that starting in January of 2026, we will be moving from bi-monthly new product releases to monthly new product releases. Those will be a little bit smaller, but they will be more frequent. In preparation for that, there are a number of Lael by Mail stamps that will be retired. Generally, I don't ever retire any of my stamp sets. But we've been doing stamps for about 4.5 years now. And it's time. It's time to retire some of those, because we can't just keep adding and adding and adding, right? So, those will hit on this coming Wednesday, which is what's today, the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, whatever this Wednesday is, of November. And so those will be discounted. There won't be a lot of them. There are some oldies but goodies, or some that it's just, kind of time to retire as we start moving into, different styles and things. So that is something to watch for. And those are definitely, once they're gone, they're gone. So if you've had that on your wish list, that may be one where you're like, maybe I better pull the trigger. The other thing that will coincide with that, starting on Wednesday, which is Women-Led Wednesday, if you didn't know that, that is kind of women-led businesses, and whoever comes with all these things, I don't know, but Women-Led Wednesday. So the whole Black Friday at Lael by Mail will kick off on Wednesday, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific time. We'll run through Cyber Monday at midnight. All right, so lots of things, lots of great deals to be had, but they will, excuse me, they will not be on any new Lael by Mail products, and really any Lael by Mail products other than those that are retiring. All right, I don't put those on sale. So there are lots of things I have brought in for Black Friday at great deals. There are some products that from other manufacturers that have been around that I've had in inventory for a while that I'm ready to move out. So that will also kick off then. So watch for an email on Monday with a little bit more information about that, more teasers. All right, so that's the plan. Something to just kind of look forward to. I've been starting this time of year, usually the week before kind of Black Friday. I start getting lots of emails. Are you going to be doing a Black Friday? I am. I have for the last probably 5 years, and that's kind of what's in store. All right, let's do this. I was going to say enough with the talking, but really I never stop talking. So enough with this type of talking. I'm going to rotate the camera, flip the studio lights, and then we'll get down to business, okay? Also, one of the things on my to-do list as we start heading into the new year is really working towards a little bit of a more, and I don't want to say professional setup per se, but really more of a not so clunky setup, maybe. So where I'll have multiple cameras and won't be, rotating and doing things like that. So it's just one of those things that has been on my list of things I would love to do for a while. And I think moving into 2026 is the time to do it. I also have more help now. I have more help, which makes a huge difference, because then that gives me the time to start focusing on some different things like that. Zen Girls, the list on Monday will not have, so here's the thing. I don't know yet, Zen Girls. I got behind a little bit from being sick all week. So I need to figure out. On Monday, maybe the retired things will go up. I don't know. So it'll either be on Monday or it'll be on Wednesday. Okay, sorry for the wishy-washiness there. It's just going to depend. It's going to depend on what I can get done this weekend. All right, friends. Thank you, Maritza, for your reminder. You guys, if you're here watching, if you want to like, thumbs up, that'd be awesome. If you also want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, then that way you just always know what's happening. All right. So let's start out with what we did when we were together last week. Pardon my reach there. Um, Pardon my reach. So let's talk about what we did last week. Last week when we were together, last weekend, not that either. Hang on. We did 3 lists. We did I think we started with this one, right? We did. We did a currently list. So currently is a list that I like to do every so often. It's not necessarily a monthly list. It's just more like a whenever Lael feels like it list. But I try to do a currently list at least 4 times a year because I think this is a great list. A super simple, approachable list, especially if you are just getting started creative listing or if you want to get started creative listing, because this is when you can just jump right in. Currently, what are you currently doing, right? And one of the things when we do our creative listing, we are not necessarily, at least for me, I am not writing a novella, right? I think a lot of us are afraid to write and document sometimes because we feel like we have to be Ernest Hemingway. Well, what we do here when we're together is we write, but we write list styles. So here's an example. This was my currently list from last weekend, and I used the currently and currently to stamp sets for the prompts. So what am I currently feeling, celebrating, drinking, planning, watching, listening, disliking, going, eating, annoying? I mean, I think there are almost 60 different prompts that you can, at least on the stamp sets that you can use. But this is the kind of thing that is a great list to just do a recap of who you are right now and what you're doing right now. So, pardon me. Oh goodness. Okay. Deep breath. All right. With this list, I use the new Simple Stories products from this new Simple Stories junk drawer collection. So kind of had a lot of fun with that. Even used this almost like little old apothecary chest die cut that they had in the collection. I thought that was so cute. I used the library card stamp for my list. Used the Clip It stamp and metal die to stamp and then cut out my little clip there. And then, as I said, the currently and currently 2 stamp sets to do my little list there. Here, this little guy, and I'll bring this back up again, right here. This I stamped currently in black on white cardstock and then used the currently die to cut that out and then used the shadow die behind that to kind of cut out a shadow that goes with it. So something like that, especially if you want to do a title or you want to stamp on something that maybe looks like it might be a little bit difficult to see if you stamped on like this guy, it would just kind of blend in a little bit too much. So by stamping and then die cutting out, it really helps that currently to pop. All right, so that was our first list that we did last week, currently. So it ends up being a little bit of a mini time capsule, right? Because what I am currently doing changes, ideally, or not even ideally, theoretically changes every time that I do a list like that. Louisa, thank you. All right, we're gonna have our little hydration break. Our hydration break, friends, okay? Thank you for reminding me, Louisa. Wanda, thank you guys. That was a fun list. Thank you. We had fun doing that one for sure. All right. All right. Ms. L said spread is striking, really grabs your attention. I think really it's all that gold. Hello. It's all the green in there. That green just really pops. And what's so fun about this one for me? Junk drawer, right? The collection is very vintage-y with lots of vintage elements. But for me, all of that floral and that really bright green, almost like the chartreuse over here, really brightened up what otherwise maybe would have been a little bit of a maybe darker, darker in color, not darker in feel, but darker in color, you know what I mean, type of project, right? Okay, our second one. This is a list that we do on a monthly basis, and it is called About Last Month. We started doing this one. Mom, there's my mom. Always a mom, right? Thank you, Mom. She said, hey, Lael, Mom says, rest, relax, hydrate, hurry, and get better. Thanks, Mom. All right. That's my mom, Karen Warren. Which is always fun when she pops in. Always fun to see her here. Okay. Deep breaths again. Okay, good. Got it. All right. So about last month is a list we started doing about 5 years ago, and it has become a very easy way for me to document kind of my life, right, in a very simplistic way. I have been doing this list since August of 2020. So I can honestly say I am caught up in all my memory keeping. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't go back and maybe document some other things that happened, or maybe focus on some particular things that happened and document them a little bit more. But by doing this list every month, once a month, I'm documented, right? So the whole concept behind About Last Month is that you make a list. I always, always, always pair it with photos, because photos are a very important part of the documenting process to me. Doesn't have to be everyone, but to me. Every year I do a new stamp set for About Last Month. So this is the one we've been using all of 2025. And for this month, I used products from the fall holiday season pass, from the kind of October portion of the fall holiday season pass. Now, I did use one of the brand new products, one of the brand new dies that released last month, or not last month, last week. And it is this guy. This is the diagonal pocket die. So I'm going to pull out my photos here, and you can see I created 3 pockets. 1, 2, 3 with different pattern paper. This is a great way, especially in a very small space, to add, basically to give yourself more room, right? So a pocket like that. Now I was able to, let's see how many we did here. 6 photos right there. 3 to 12 photos, and then 8 photos. So 26 photos in this little 5 by 8 space, right? Which, that's a lot. That is a lot of photos to be able to add in one small space. And that was just by using that die, that diagonal pocket die. So lots of fun with that one. There is, when I revealed the November release and showed that die set, or that die, I actually had put together another little sample, basically the same exact thing, but that. So I know a lot of you do December daily every year, or do December documented, my December documented. So what I will be using this for in my December daily is, I thought this would be a great space to add receipts, right? Some of us spend a lot of money during the holidays, whether it is maybe we're doing more philanthropic spending, where we donate to the food bank every year. So I'll probably print my receipt out for that, pop that in. We have a big holiday dinner on Christmas night. There's lots of receipts from food from that, putting those in there, and then receipts from Christmas shopping and things too. So that's basically that same idea, just using different papers. So instead of photos, I'll be putting receipts in there. All right, so that was our second list, was About Last Month, October. See you, Louisa. Our third list, and I finished half of it when we were together. So our third list is a to-do list. And this may seem kind of like a different type of list to document, but when we talked about currently being very much a time capsule, a to-do list is also very much a time capsule, right? Because if I had my to-do list, and actually I have some of my to-do lists literally going back 15 years. Don't think I'm crazy, but I do. Actually, you can't think I'm crazy, but I do. For that reason, right? It's very much a time capsule. So I always say, if I had a to-do list of my college years or my high school years, or when I was a new mom, or I was just getting started out my career, it'd be very different from the one I have now. I also say I would love to have had a to-do list of my moms, maybe in the 70s, or my grandmothers in the 50s. So when we think about this whole process of creative listing, don't poo-poo it, right? Because it really, for me, serves 2 purposes. Number 1, it's the documenting. You are documenting so many different aspects of your life that probably otherwise wouldn't get documented. And you are telling so many different stories that probably otherwise wouldn't be told. So that is one. But the other one is it's fun and it's creative play with a lot of pressure. And I know a lot of us really feel like we need a little bit of that creative play in our lives. So this is a pretty simple, easy, approachable way to get your creative play in. And then also tell a story at the same time. So what I had said I was going to do on this page after the fact, I was going to stamp a quote. Now that was last Saturday when I was still feeling good. And then this week hit and I'm like, yeah, no, it didn't happen. So still on my to-do list is to stamp a quote over here. And I will do that probably this week. We'll see. All right, that takes us to today. We have 3 creative lists that we will be working on today. The first one is one that we do every year. We do this every year this time. Oh, Kate, I love that idea. Kate said you could also label each pocket for a different child and put their Christmas list in each pocket. That is really fun, right? Christmas lists. You could put to-do lists in pockets like that. I just think that whole pocket. You guys know, I think this is the 4th in our series of pocket stamps and dies, although this one doesn't have a stamp with it. But just the whole idea of creating pockets to put things in. Lots of fun. Hi, Carrie. Nice to see you. Kate, that's another great idea. Kate's mom always had a list of dishes on Thanksgiving she would check off to make sure she remembered to put everything on the table. Wish I had one now that she's no longer with us. And Kate, that is the best way to wrap up that whole conversation, in that we can't go back in time, right? You said your mom's no longer here. You can recreate that list, but you don't have her list anymore. So just when you think, I don't have enough time to do a silly list like, my to-do list or the dishes that we, make on Thanksgiving every year or things like that. Remember what Kate just said. I wish I had it, but I don't because my mom's no longer with us. So if we look into the future and think about that, we can step back now to the present and say, you know what, I'm going to do that because I think that would be a good thing. All right. Okay, so as I mentioned, this first list is a list that we do every year around this time, and it is a thankful list. It's something I'm thankful for or things I am grateful for. So what I thought I would start out with is just, before we dig into that, actually creating one, is to look at the different versions of this that we've created over the years. So I am going to start with, we're going to look at all 3 idea books. So my Listing with Lael idea books. And these are, if you're not familiar with the idea books, these are basically idea books for all of the lists that we have done for the last 5 years. So the first idea book we did is our list for the first 3 years. So what I'm looking at here, this list is things that we're thankful for. And on this one, if you look closely, it says Lael right there. I have written that list. This one says Nick, and Nick wrote that. This one says Kat. That is our older son Jack's fiance, who was not a fiance at the time, just girlfriend. And this one says Jack. So this is a great idea if you want to get someone else's voice in your list. Now, obviously, I'm a little bit of a control freak. So when we were together making this list on a Saturday, I got it all designed and I said, this is what I'm going to do. I knew all the size papers. I wrote this portion of my list. And then I said, I'm going to give those 3 other people these pre-cut, already outlined little white squares, so they're going to fit exactly where I want them, and I want them to write the things that they're thankful for. So these could be a list like this, could be the things that you're thankful for, or you could bring other people in as well. Now, maybe you have little kids in your lives, little kids or little grandkids, and you like to get their voice in. You could even have them write what they're thankful for. Or if they're too little, you could ask them and you could write for them, all right? So that's one idea of how you might use a list like this, incorporating other people into your list, all right? So that is one example. Another example, this is from the Volume 2 idea book. Now, the idea books are not bound like this, all right? They are bound like this. But after hearing some of you guys talk about it, I put all of my idea books in a little ring binding like that, just because they're a little bit easier to show and flip through when I am working. So this one we would have done in 2003. And this is a list of things I am thankful for, right? So just kind of a big old run-on list of things that I'm thankful for. And what's interesting about this, they don't have to be big things, you guys. It could be, you might be thankful for the fact that, oh, Landman has started again and you love that series. And now that it's colder, now you have something that you're looking forward to during the fall, right? Or maybe you love butternut squash and your favorite restaurant this time of year has butternut squash soup. So you can say, I'm thankful for butternut squash soup. They don't have to be big, profound things. It's your list, it's your documenting, it's your story to tell. So you get to decide what goes on there. Sometimes I feel like we get too caught up in, I have to have these amazing things to be thankful for. And you don't, right? We can be thankful for big things or small things or all the things in between. All right, so that was another kind of example. And then this little guy right here, this was last year's idea book. Actually, it was this year's idea book for the list that we did in 2024. And this guy, let's see here. This, I took a little bit of a different take on it. This was basically, I took different people in my life, Sam, my mom, things I'm thankful for about Sam, things I'm thankful for about my mom. Oh, that one said, Mom, she'll remember this time in 2024 last year. She broke her hip for the second time, playing tennis, diving for a tennis ball. She puts me to shame. Things I am thankful for about my dad, about Jack, about my team, about my friends, and then about Nick. So 3 different takes on this type of list, documenting things that you are thankful for. But it could be about people and things that you're thankful about specific people in your life. All right. And Brenda, yes, so excited for season 2 of Landman. The one thing I hate about it, and this just shows you how spoiled we are, right? We are so spoiled with streaming services that we are accustomed to being able to watch a whole season in one night or 2 nights or a week or whatever. And with that one, they release, I think, once every Sunday. So you've got to wait a whole week for the next one, right? All right. Hello, Shannon. Nice to see you. Carrie, thank you. Carrie said the idea books are amazing. Such a wealth of inspiration. I'm glad you feel that way. I figured that after the first 3 years, I'm like, you know what? There's a lot of content here. Might as well do something with it. And you guys embrace the idea books with open arms, which I loved. All right. So that is our first list for today. Thankful, things I'm thankful for, things I am grateful for. So shortly, we will dive right into our first live giveaway. We'll do a couple live giveaways during today's session. I have pulled out products from the new Simple Stories. I meant to write this down. Let me look at something because I keep forgetting the name of this. Simple Vintage. Okay, let me back up again. It is not new. It's newer. It came out maybe in August, and I have not used it yet. I really hadn't even looked at it yet. And when I started pulling everything out on Thursday, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is fun. So this is Simple Vintage Autumn Breeze. It is linked in the chat. Amy just linked that in the chat. And then it is also found via the page on my website, the one I'm using, which is linked in the description box of the video. This paper was one of the very first papers I saw in that collection, and I went, oh my gosh, absolutely. I know I'm using this paper, and I knew instantly how I was using this paper. That's stunning. That is just beautiful. So I have pulled a bunch of different papers out from the 6x8 paper pad. So I know I'm going to use this guy on one side of my list. So that will end up being over here, although I'm just going to work on these too. I'll do these off the page. So I will create them off of my insert, and then I will go ahead and then add them to my insert. So that will be the left page. Now, the right page. Now I will need some kind of accent for the left page. And I think that green's beautiful, but it doesn't really play in there. I think it might be that one. You guys, this collection is it's so beautiful. It's so pretty. That stripe is really nice too. But I think it's going to be a good one. I think just that plaid is going to be a nice solid one. The leaves are beautiful. No. Okay, that's what we're going with. We're going with those two. I will also be using the Thankful stamp set, my Lail by Mail Thankful stamp set. And guess what? That is going to be our first live giveaway today. Wanda, the collection is Simple Vintage Autumn Breeze from Simple Stories. And Amy just popped that a little bit up in the chat. And I've got it on the website. All right, so I will be using this stamp set, the Lail by Mail Thankful stamp set. And that will be part of a two-part giveaway. So this first person that wins this giveaway live will win a new Thankful stamp set. And then we'll also win this guy. This is one of 4 different themed Traveler's Notebook inserts that I have. This one is the Grateful stamp set. Grateful Traveler's Notebook insert. So this is an insert that is designed for you to document what you're grateful for. All right. Now this could be used during the month of November, or it can really be used at any time, because definitely November, we start thinking about things that we're thankful for, and probably our Canadian friends start thinking about things they're thankful for in October. But we can be thankful and grateful all year round. So this could be an insert that just whenever I feel inspired to document something I am grateful for, I could use this throughout the entire year. And that has 30 different pages on there for you to document what you're thankful or grateful for. So that will be our first giveaway, the Thankful stamp set and that Grateful Traveler's Notebook insert. So I will do that in a few minutes. The way that you participate in the live giveaways, friends, is that you leave it's in the chat, all right? So we chat away in the chat, and in a few minutes, I will stop what I'm doing. I will stop the chat, not stop the chat, but I will scroll my finger up in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, that is the person that will win, all right? So that is a live giveaway. I will also do that exact same giveaway as an after party giveaway, meaning you do not have to be present to win. We'll do that in the comment section of the video when it's over. So if you are watching live, you can also participate in that after party giveaway by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. All right, so when I make my list, I do all of my list making in a Traveler's Notebook insert. This is a standard wide, one of my Lail by Mail Traveler's Notebook inserts. Standard wide is 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 tall. And that's why you will see me use, when I can, 6 by 8 paper pads, because the pattern is scaled down to size. It fits really well in my insert. Now, the only issue with this is that this is 6 inches wide and my insert is 5. So usually what I do, if I am using a piece of pattern paper, I will trim that down to 4 3/4. Now, I don't want to necessarily, well, let's just look and see what happens if I trim it right there. If I trim right there, I think I would like to trim a little bit off of each side. So let's trim, I don't know, we'll just trim a little bit off of each side. And then my pattern will be a little bit more centered like that. All right, so that's 4 3/4. That will be the right side of my spread. And when I have a piece of pattern paper like that I am using as a base, I always like to round the corners. So let me grab my corner rounder here very quickly. I'll round those corners, and then we will do the same on the opposite side, and then I'll do the giveaway, all right? Corner rounder and my tape runner. All right. Okay, so corner rounder, rounding the upper and lower right corners. So this is interesting. When we talk about a to-do list, one of my dear friends, my best friend, we've been best friends since 1986 when we met in college at our sorority. She texted me the other day on the 18th, it was the 18th. And she's like, oh my gosh, look what just popped up in my Facebook feed, your now and then or whatever. And it was a photo of a to-do list that I had posted on my Facebook from 2018. So 7 years ago, and how fun to be able to look at the differences between what was on your to-do list back then and now. All right, so let me do this other one. This will also be 4 3/4 wide. And then we will round those outside corners. So once again, if you missed it, or if you're just joining, we are using products from the Simple Stories, Simple Stories, Simple Vintage Autumn Breeze. Woo, that's a mouthful. That is a mouthful. All right, so here's the start of my list. Now, this space right here, I'm not sure if it's in the center or it may end up going down here. I had kind of sketched, this is my sketch for this list. All right, so there are my trees, and thinking that I'd put thankful maybe there in the center of the trees. But now that I see this, I was going off of memory there when I made my sketch. I think what I might do is I think my thankful is going to go very nicely right down there, kind of along the ground. All right, I'm gonna get sidetracked. So let me stop and do the giveaway, all right? Stop, stop, stop. And I just stopped at Amanda Lerp. Amanda, that's what I see. Amanda Lerp. Amanda Lerp. Amanda, congratulations. You are the random lucky winner, our first one for today. Amanda Lerp. I know I should, that's just what I'm reading. So I'm sure that's not, I don't know. Maybe it is Amanda's name. I don't know. But that's what I see in YouTube. So Amanda, congratulations. Send an email, please, to laelbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line of that email, please, please, please tell me what you won. So please put thankful set and insert. Then I'll know. I can't tell you how much easier it makes me if you guys if you tell me what you won, so I don't have to go back and try to figure it out. So congratulations, Amanda. Congrats, congrats, congrats. In the body of that email, please give me your name and address, and the team will get that out to you this week. All right, so let's get now our stamping block. We're gonna do a little stamping. Well, we always do a little stamping, right? Always, always. Because that's kind of my jam. All right, I am pulling out that stamping block that is a 1x5. That's one of my Lael by Mail stamping blocks. I have a series of different size and shape stamping blocks. Let me get this a little bit closer to me. I have been stamping, well, I don't know. I had tried stamping many years ago and I hated it. When I say hated, I mean I hated it. I hated it with a passion because I had no clue what I was doing. And I just was frustrated. So later, I'd say now for the last 6 years, I've been a pretty avid stamper. There are some things that I've learned that have made life so much easier when it comes to stamping. And one of those is if you can right size your stamping block to your stamp, it truly makes a huge difference, in my opinion. If you only have one stamping block, then you need to have the largest stamping block, kind of the lowest common denominator for your largest stamp, right? So if I only have one stamping block and it's this big, I can certainly use it for a small stamp like this. It's just, that's a lot larger than I need. And when I am trying to get a nice, even impression with a small stamp like that, compared to my stamping block, it just makes it a lot more difficult. So that's the first thing. Right size your stamping block to your stamp. Now I think what I will do, let's see. If I want to use, I need to be thinking about the colors I'm stamping with. I think I'd like to go with something a little bit darker down here for that thankful so it really pops. But I don't know that I need a black. So I've pulled out my swatches for my Distress Oxide inks. Distress Oxides are the primary type of ink I use. And I've swatched all of my colors with the Swatch This stamp set. So I think I will, nope, we don't want to go with black, but there was a really dark brown. Once we get past the gray, gray, gray. Forest Moss is not it. Ooh, Ground Espresso. See, I think that will be nice. It's dark and it will kind of dark like the leaves, like the trunk, hello, third time's a charm, like the trunk of those trees. I think that will go really well. So let me grab Ground Espresso. Okay, here we go. And I'm going to get out my little testing notebook. This is the second thing that I think makes a huge difference when you are stamping. I rarely, if ever, will stamp something direct on a project before I have stamped it. Let me try that again. I test stamp before I ever stamp on my project, because if you are going to find out something, I'd rather find it out when I'm test stamping as opposed to on my project. So what I mean by find out something, maybe your stamp is dirty. Maybe you have a cat like Reggie and there's a little cat hair on there, or there's a little bit of fuzz or lint, or maybe you didn't ink it up well enough. Maybe you didn't stamp it straight. Maybe you're maybe you're spelling a word with a bunch of different letters and you have misspelled it. All of those things I would much rather find out as I am test stamping, as I'm going to now, as opposed to stamping on my project. If I learn something here while I'm test stamping, I can fix it before I stamp on my project, right? If I stamp directly on my project and there's a problem, then I'm kind of in trouble, right? I mean, not in trouble, it is what it is. I just move on. The other thing that test stamping will help you figure out is how much pressure you need to apply. What I find in general is that people think they have to apply a lot more pressure when they're stamping than they really do. And the reason why that's kind of important is if you are stamping, and especially if you have a smaller stamp or a stamp that's really fine and it has a lot of detail, or maybe just a really small word stamp, if you apply too much pressure, what it does is it flattens out that stamp material, that rubber or polymer or whatever type of stamp you're stamping with. And if it flattens out, it's going to make it blurry. So that's another thing you can learn while you're testing is how much pressure you need to apply. As I was doing that, I was thinking there is a new stamp that's coming out in January, and I'm like, oh, darn it, I wish I had that stamp right now. I'll just tell you, starting in January, there will be a whole series, probably every 3 months. The first one is designed and just waiting for that sample to come back so we can test it, of texture stamps. So that I could right down here have a little bit of texture maybe that I could put just to kind of give a little background or base to that stamp. So there we go. There's Thankful. And that, based on the place that I put it and based on the color that I used, it almost looks like it was part of that paper to begin with, right? All right. Next thing, really important to always, always, always clean your stamps after you use them. Your stamps will last for a very long time. I won't say forever because who knows, right? We won't all be here forever. But your stamps will take care of you if you take care of them, all right? So clean them off right away and put them back on the sheet. That way they don't get lost. All right, so that's my first thought. There is the start, at least the start of that page. Now, what I wonder, let me see. I don't ever, ever, ever use a colored pen when I am listing, but I am thinking, well, let me look and see what I might have. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Let me see. All of my writing always is in black, but I'm thinking maybe a dark brown here. Oh, all right. Well, this is interesting. Here's a good example of why you should use what you have. We see what's happened there. All of that ink, it has fallen to the end of that little barrel. So there's no ink in there. And aren't I glad that I tested that first? Again, another reason to test first. I started writing dark brown and then discovered there was a problem. So I need to try to see if I can get a pen like that, just that one, because it came out of a set. And there's no other brown in there. Well, darn it, wouldn't you know it, Leo? Wouldn't you know it? All right, let me just look. One more spot. What about these? There's a brown in here. Let's try this. Dark brown. There we go. And that is going to work fine. All right, we're going to do that. And when I say I never write in colored ink. So this is going to be a little bit of a change here for me. All right, what I am going to do, because I outline everything I do, I'm coming in with that brown. And you know what? I mean, this is pretty safe. It's dark brown. It might as well be black, right? Not too far out of my comfort zone there. All right, so there's that side. Now, for the other side here, I will not be writing my list on there. That would be very difficult to see, right? So I use...
I wouldn't be able to see it on there. I know that.
What?
I wouldn't be able to see it on there. Maybe you could use white ink.
White ink?
With your white pen.
White ink on white paper? Do you think that would work really well?
I thought you were doing it on the orange paper.
No, yeah. Peanut gallery. That's the peanut gallery. Terry. Pardon me. Let's have another drink. Yes, it does sound better, but now I've got the cough. All right. Okay, so now this, I will do my list on this. Usually, I mean, I don't need to show a lot of pattern there. Sometimes if I have a little bit more pattern that I want to show, maybe if it was something like this, where I'd want to see a little bit more of that background, I might leave a little bit more of that showing. So the white part of my list would be smaller. But in this case, it's all plaid. So I think that gives us a good amount. I always eyeball this, but it always ends up being almost dead on when I cut it. So that is probably about 3 3/4 wide by 7 tall. Let's see what we get. Honey, will you grab me some, will you make some hot, will you make some hot tea, please? But you know, hot tea for me is dirt, but if it's flavored, then it's okay. No, it's not sweet flavored, but it's flavored. Yeah, that's just about 3 3/4 by 7, dead on. Isn't that funny? That's just, oh, whoopsie. When I eyeball, that's usually what it ends up being. Okay, there we go. So that will be where I make my list. Now, with that, I am going to pull in a little bit of color from over here. I am going to, let's see. Let's grab this. And we need a little bit of this orange. So we need a really burnt, I was thinking burnt orange, but I think we may end up more with, instead of a burnt orange, because Rusty Hinge, okay, Rusty Hinge could work. That's going to be the darkest really orange that we're going to get. Rusty Hinge. I think that would look nice. So what I'm going to do with that is I am going to ink the edges. Rusty Hinge. All right. This is one of my products. It is an ink blending foam storage tool. Ink blending foam storage tool. I think, no. What is it called, Amy? I never remember what we named this. Basically, let's just talk about what it is instead of what it's named, and Amy will pop it in and then I'll remember. This is used to store and swatch and categorize and keep organized all of your little foam blending tools. So, foam blending tool. Let's grab Rusty Hinge and then we will, I'll show you. What I use Rusty Hinge. Oh, what I use it for. Ink blending tool. You can do a lot of really cool things with an ink blending tool when you're working with mixed media and creating kind of like an ombre effect with different color of inks and things like that. But I use it for something really basic, just basically inking the edges. For those of you that are scrapbookers, this would basically is going to give me the same effect as if I used a colored cardstock mat behind my white cardstock here. The reason I wouldn't use cardstock as a mat underneath it is that it, for me, adds too much bulk. And it wouldn't add too much bulk just for this page, but if I did this on the majority of my lists in my Traveler's Notebook, that extra layer creates a lot of bulk once everything is said and done. So I'm just using that Rusty Hinge to ink the edges. This guy, well, I'm not doing that. So there are, I think we're 10 or 12 different types of ink that you can pick for your little cards that go in that ink storage tool. So Distress Oxide, Distress Inks, Gina K, Stamp Market, Ranger, Stampin' Up, Stamp Market, lots of different ones. But basically, that gives you the case. It gives you 2 pre-printed sheets, because with those 2 pre-printed sheets, I can store up to 40 of those little heads, little blending tools or blending foam pieces in one box. It includes the box. It includes 40 pre-punched circles so that you can swatch your colors. And then also includes 40 of your little Velcro pieces so that those little guys stick. So that just really, I mean, to me, that makes a huge difference when I have blended, added a little bit of a background, right? So that's what that looks like with it, and this is what it would have looked like without, right? So there we go, just blending, and then that's what it would have looked like without. So just it's just a little stark, like Tony Stark. All right, so now let's adhere this guy over on this side. So this list topic or prompt is thankful or grateful, things I'm thankful or grateful for, right? So as you are joining me this Saturday or whenever you're joining me, whether you are listening or not, if you're watching live and you want to pop in to the chat, tell us what would be on your list. Something that you're thankful or grateful for. And keep in mind what I said a few minutes ago. They don't have to be huge things, right? It could be you're thankful for butternut squash. It could be you're thankful for streaming services. It could be you're thankful for modern day cough medicine that lets you sleep at night when you are sick, right? Right. All right. Terry, did you have surgery or did Bob have surgery? Did I miss something? I think I missed something. G2C67 said, thankful for family, always, any season, right? Amanda said, grateful for her family, friends, good coffee, and good music, right? So you can have big things and small things. You can be thankful for whatever you want to be thankful for. I love that, Julie. She said she's grateful for my dog who stimulates me to walk more, right? I love that. And I love that you guys are sharing those things because I think it helps all of us to think about what we're thankful or grateful for. Because you know what? Let's be honest. Sometimes we don't feel maybe like we have a lot to be thankful or grateful for. So by hearing what other people are thankful or grateful for, I think it helps us to realize, okay, sometimes we might have to dig a little bit deeper. I love that. I'm thankful for my children's laughter. Okay, Bob had a total knee replacement on Wednesday. Oh my goodness. Terry, please tell him I'm thinking about him. And happy quick healing. Pam is thankful she's a grandbaby due in April, being healthy and able to work out, right? Bernadine is thankful she's retired and at an early age, 55. Bernadine, go you. That is impressive. Amy is thankful her daughter decided to come home early and work remotely next week and spend more time with us. Amy, which one? Texas or California? Then that way I'm not revealing their names. Texas or California? All right, so now we need over here. I need a title over here. So I am going back to this stamp set. And I am using this stamp that says, today I am grateful for. Today I'm grateful for. That is the same artwork that you see in the inserts, right? Today I am grateful for. A little bit smaller. This is the second thankful or grateful type stamp that we have released. This was last year's. This one is called Grateful. So exact same idea, but just different stamp set with kind of some more and different stamp sets. All right, or stamps, excuse me. Today I am grateful for. All right, so today I'm grateful for. I will now pull out a different stamping block. That would work on that, right? It would totally work, but if I use this guy now, there's a little bit more to the right and left that I would rather not have there. And I know I have another stamping block that I can bring in that is just a little bit more suited, more right-sized to that stamp. That one? I think that one will work. Now, it's not to say you have to go out and buy all the things, right? But when it comes to your tools, tools are always a great investment because they're something that you can use and use and use, and they make your life easier, right? It's almost like you could use a butter knife to unscrew something, but if you have a screwdriver, it's much easier. All right, so now again, we're going to come back and we are going to stamp. We're going to test again, and I'm going to use ground espresso. That is the same color that I used before, and I will use ground espresso because then it will tie in with what I used on the opposite side. Okay. Now, one thing that makes a huge difference, I actually think, I need to clean this. I can tell there's a little something on there. The paper that you are stamping on can make a huge difference. It's almost like photo paper, right? You can have an amazing photo, but if it's printed on very, very, very cheap, I won't even say inexpensive, I will say if it's printed on cheap photo paper, it's not going to look as nice as if it's printed on nicer photo paper, right? So, same thing kind of applies to your, thank you dear, what is that? Oh, it's tea. Okay, you guys, I have to show you this. So, all of my coffee mugs, literally all of our coffee mugs are these, hold on, I'm just gonna tilt this a sec. Are these tilt this other way. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, that's Lael blonde hair. That's not gonna help if I tilt it. Okay, let me drink for a minute. Nick, will you bring one of the other ones in? That was so blonde of me, my blonde is showing. I'm like, I want you to see the front of this, but I need to tilt the mug, not the camera. My tea is going to spill, so hang on. I'm gonna have a quick sip of tea, you guys, so remember, this is just a reminder to hydrate. Whatever you want to hydrate with, hydrate. Yes. Carol, the Rae Dunn mugs, but they're the super basic ones. Okay.
Yeah, the Rae and Dunn.
Nick always calls them Rae and Dunn. Like Nick, Rae Dunn. Ones like that, right? They're just the cream ones that have the super basic letters. So this is Nick, you guys. So the one he brought me to drink my tea out of, guess what it says? It says T, T-E-A. It's funny. He's funny like that. All right, I'm going to keep reading. We're going to take a little break. I'm going to have a couple sips of tea and then we'll keep going, all right? But I am reading about what you guys are thankful for, which just makes me so happy. Steph says, I'm very thankful I'm able to work remotely while overseas trying to settle your mom's affairs. Oh, that's tough. That is really tough, Steph. But I am thankful you're able to work remotely. So that's fantastic. Marie says, been thinking about an aunt that passed away, and when she was looking through her drawers, she found a watch she gave me. So grateful, right? Right. Now, Brenda didn't mean this, but Brenda said, all I need now are readers for up close. So guess what? Brenda's probably thankful for readers. Amy said, thankful I get to work with Lael every day and love creating new products to share with the Squirrel Squad. I am incredibly thankful for that as well, right? Becky is thankful her creative career and the lovely women that she works with. You guys, I love reading everything that you're thankful for. Yes, Steph, incredibly thankful for Becky and for Amy and all of the amazing people on my team. I know I'm drinking tea. I think it's chamomile or something. I don't know. It's hot dirt, but that's okay. It'll be better. Okay, thankful. My mother is thankful she can play pickleball 4 days a week. Yes. Mom, my mother is 78, I think, 78, 79, 78, I think 78. My mother is 78 years old, has broken her hip twice, 2 different hips, 2 different times, diving for tennis balls as she's playing, and now she plays pickleball 4 days a week. She decided to give up tennis because, the universe was speaking to her, I think. All right. Jackie, your mother's 97. She's still with you. She fell in April, broke her hip, and having a stroke in October. Wow, that is amazing. That is amazing. Yes, my mom gets some of my hand-me-downs. So I've given her some of my Rae Dunn mugs. Oh, so good. All right. Almost 79. Yeah, you would never know. Okay, a couple sips of tea will be good. Just what the doctor ordered. Okay, so what I was talking about before we took our little break there was the paper that you stamp on can be just as important, really, as anything. Because if you have not a good quality paper, and in this case, I'll say like really cheap paper, like this is just, a super basic notebook. The paper is not great quality, but that's not what it's for. It can make a difference in your stamping. I'm also going to show you here a difference between a clean stamp and a dirty stamp. So, do you see this one? Do you see how it's kind of blurry down there? And it was a little bit splotchy, and up here it was a little bit blurry too. That indicated to me, you know what, I need to clean that. So that is before I cleaned, and then that is after. You notice the difference? So, test stamp, always test stamp. And if something just doesn't look quite right to you, then you know what, clean it. That's the easiest way. Clean it off really quick and start again. that really is the easiest way to, I think, approach things if something doesn't look right. But paper is a big deal also. If it's got too many fibers in it, the fibers of the paper are just going to basically soak up the ink. If you have texture on your paper, sometimes texture on your paper really will wreak havoc with a stamp. If you have a paper that's really textured, I always go with a smooth white. That's what I use. This is a bright white, just a smooth, bright white. There we go. Look how nice and crisp that is. Today I am grateful for it. All right, now, what's next? Before we dive into our list, clean this guy off. Always, always, always clean that off. Always, always, always. Now, what I might do here, let me look. I need to think about my list. Okay. I am going to, I need to grab one of the stamp sets that I forgot to grab. So let me just turn around for a minute here. This one is By the Numbers Allison. Here we go. By the Number Allison. This one's named after my friend Allison that I met probably 26 years ago at a scrapbook store. And she is one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. And I have not seen her in so many years, but we just kind of every once in a while touch base. She is a creative lister. And I didn't know that for a long time. She sent me an email. Well, she sent me many emails, but one time she said, hey, have you ever thought about doing a number stamp set that also had the word written out as part of it? And that turned into this stamp set. And that's why it's called By the Numbers Allison. So we have our little number, and then in the middle of it has the number stamped out. So I have 4 things on my list. And what I need to be thinking about here before I do anything else, I kind of think I need to be thinking about how I want to organize this. So originally I was thinking I would just do like 1, 2, 3, 4 that way. But I'm thinking I might do it this way. Or I might stagger a little bit. What do I have on me that is? I have something on me that is... got a little bit of blue there. I don't even know what that would have come from. Kind of erase that a little bit. There we go. All right. So I think I like that. I think I'm going to stagger that way. And obviously that will go that way. But the reason I needed to really figure that out first is because I was thinking about pulling in this definition from over here. This grateful definition from the Grateful stamp set. But I don't think now that I do that I will have room because I need to write these things. So this is going to be our direction of where we're headed here. And I think I will continue. I'm going to continue just to use that same ground espresso. I won't pull in any of the orange because I think that will be, for me, it'll be too like matchy-matchy. So we're going to go with that same ground espresso color. And the stamping block that I've been working with, although that would definitely work. All right, that would definitely work. However, I'm going to pull in a different stamping block. And it's this guy. All right, so again, this guy would certainly work, but there's a lot of extra area around that just is more for me to work with to try to get a nice, even impression. So if I move to this little guy, that is a 1.625 circle. If I move to that, then that will give me just a really nice to hang on to. Did you hear that? You've got to make that noise when you stamp. Amanda, oh, I love that, Amanda. She said, love the numbers with the words in them. Love it. Carol said, wait, let's see. Hello, Life Facilitator. Nice to see you. I think you're saying you're headed on a trip, right? Rachel is the Life Facilitator, and Rachel and I go back. Oh my gosh, Rachel and I met when I worked for Simple Stories, Carpe Diem. I was teaching at a Pinterest event in Dallas, I want to say. Was that right, Rachel? I think in Dallas. And she came up after, and we just like hit it off. She came up and introduced herself, and we hit it off. But anyhow, she did a very fun little reel on Instagram yesterday about a trip that she's taking, and she is using my Adventure Awaits Traveler's Notebook cover, and then one of my Document Your Travels It's a lot of things to remember in my head right now. Document your travels, traveler's notebook insert. Right, Rachel? Right, I think so. Yeah, Pinterest conference. I know, that was fun, wasn't it? All right. Anne said that Allison stamp set would be cute for December documented, wouldn't it? Right? December daily, December documented. It certainly would. All right, so let's do our little one right here. And I'm not going to stamp all of my letters out at the same time. Or my numbers. The reason I'm not going to is because I would like to, I want to write each time and then I'll stamp the next one just to make sure I kind of have enough, that I have enough room. Because I may need a little bit more room. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So we've got those little guys there and we're ready to write. Although before I write, I feel like I need, let me look. Man, I tell you what, I wish Simple Stories still did their sticker books because it would be so nice to have a little sticker to just pop right there. But let's see if we did. That could go, ooh, I kind of like that there. Or this guy, maybe. That's kind of a nice little addition right there. And that actually, I really like the white one, but I feel like that color goes a little bit better. So let's go ahead and put that on there. That is from one of the die cut packs from Simple Vintage Autumn Breeze. I just had dumped a bunch out, so let's add that. You could tell, it was missing, it just needed a little something up there, right? It was a little bit too plain. So a little glue pen out there and pick this guy back up. Come on, there we go. And let's see how we want to put that on there. There we go. Just a nice little addition. All right, first on my list. And before we ever get together, this is what I use to plan all of our listing sessions. This is a listing with Lael workbook, but I have my own version. That's a little bit different than the one that's available on my website. But I have used this probably for the last 3 years. So when I sit down to start preparing what we're going to do on a Saturday and our listing topics and what I'm going to use, this is what I use. So I like to sketch out kind of what things are going to look like, what products I'm going to use. And then also over here, I write what's going to be on my list. Because if I didn't do all that ahead of time, we would never accomplish anything. I would never get anything done because we'd be trying to figure all of the things out as well. So sometimes if you do a little bit of planning before you start, makes it a little bit easier, right? So the first thing on my list is my husband, Nick. I've got to move those. Those aren't going to work well for me right there. Nick. What I wrote down. Oh, isn't it convenient? You just walked in right now.
Well, I had to close the door because it sounds like you're screaming in here.
It sounds like I'm screaming. Oh, all right.
You're hearing it.
Yeah, Nick just got brand new hearing aids yesterday. He's had hearing aids for about 7 years, and the difference in technology over 7 years. He has a what is it called? I can't remember. Something hereditary, genetic. I don't know. But in his ear and in his right ear, he has probably, in his left ear, he has maybe 20% hearing. So when he got hearing aids 7 years ago, it was a huge deal. But I will tell you, I'll get on my soapbox for a minute. Our healthcare system, So the type of hearing aids Nick needs are not covered by insurance, and they are so incredibly expensive, you cannot even imagine. Like, so incredibly expensive. But you know what? He needs them, and so that's what you do. But he just said he had to come in and close my door because he's like, it sounds like you're yelling. And you know what? To you guys, it probably sounds like I'm yelling too, because you know what happens when I get excited? Because I get excited about all this that we're working on. It just makes me happy. It gets me excited. And I tend to get louder when that happens. Okay. Steph. You know what? Steph, that's a very interesting idea. She said, could you stamp the definition at the top of the right-hand page in the white space overlapping the tree? So I could do it over there, right? But you know what else would be really interesting? We're going to totally segue for a minute. We're going to test something because that's totally spurred a completely different idea for me, a totally different idea. And I'm not sure it's going to work, but this is where the fact that we already tested something can really come in handy for us. So let me just, my stamps I store all my stamps in my stamp storage sleeves. And you'll notice I also store a piece of white cardstock in with them because sometimes the plastic of the stamp sticks to the plastic of the stamp storage sleeve and it's hard to get out. So if you just slide a little piece of cardstock in between there, it breaks that kind of stickiness. All right, so what I was thinking, here's the other thing, you guys, is that when we talk about the reason why we create a list, and I said it's kind of two things. One is because we are documenting our life. But another reason is because we're being creative and we can play. Sometimes we don't feel like we can play, especially if we're working maybe in a larger surface, like maybe a scrap of page or something. We don't really feel like we can play. We're afraid to play. But in something like this, we feel like we can play. So we're gonna do a little bit of play here. I am going to pull out, I think, fossilized amber. We're going to try fossilized amber, and we're also going to try, fossilized amber might be too much. We're also going to try a really light brown, maybe brushed corduroy, antique linen. You know what, let's look at antique linen, and I think brushed corduroy is too dark. Let's try antique linen. I think antique linen might be better than fossilized amber. All right, so what I'm thinking I could do is, and if I were to have done this from the beginning, from the onset, I would have first stamped the definition and then stamped thankful over it. But what if, so it's very faint. And when I see that, doesn't really work, right? It doesn't really work. I mean, it could. I don't think it would be too distracting, but it's kind of an idea of doing a layered kind of two-step stamp like that. I don't know. Should we just do it? Why don't we just do it? I think it'll be fine. It'll be like really subtle. Just something really subtle. And when I do something like that, obviously there's two ways you can do it. The definition could have been really dark, and then that could have been light. What if we do it? Maybe we do it just a little bit offset like that. Definition could be dark, and then thankful could be light, or vice versa. And usually when I'm playing around with things like that, I just kind of play. So you can see it a little bit, but kind of what's nice about that, it actually gave it a little bit of a background. Remember when I was saying, I wish I had that new texture stamp that's coming out in January to give me a little bit of background there? But it did kind of give me a little bit of a background. So now that I've seen that, what if I do this? What if I also come up here a little bit and put it above here a little bit? All right, so just a little bit. And now that I see that, I'm going to do one more step. And I've got just a little bit of white space now right down here. And so I want to kind of, I think, do that as well right down there just to fill in a little bit of that white space. All right, that's kind of fun. So, Steph, I love that you kind of put that out there because you suggested up there, but then that for me turned into a really fun kind of effect down there. Love it when you guys make suggestions. Diane said, Lael, that might be a fun list. List the things, toys you played with as a kid. We actually have done that list, Diane. And I know it's in the first idea book, but it was a, well, you know what? Really quick, I'm going to pull it out because where did that go? Here we go. Because I know it is going to be in the childhood chapter. Let's look really quick. Childhood, page 51. There we go. Favorite childhood toys. So made a little list there of my favorite childhood toys. Did a little diagonal pocket and then photos. Now, those photos that are in that pocket, those are not my toys, but all I did was go to Google and Google all those toys like Drowsy and Anticipation, the Easy Bake Oven, the Fisher Price Farm. Really a lot of fun ones, huh? Anyhow, yeah, that was a fun list that we did. We actually did that. Isn't that interesting? Almost 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago, November 14th of 2020. So that's kind of fun. That's the thing too. If you are just starting to, creative list with us, or even if you've been doing it with us for a couple of years, there are, more than 500 lists that we've done. So all of those idea books have all of those list topics as well. Okay, we've got grateful. Let's go ahead and put that back. And I love getting sidetracked like that, you guys. So hopefully you just know, squirrel, that's what we do. That's what we do here. That's squirrel. I get off track, but that's kind of fun. And again, experimenting like that, what's it going to hurt? Maybe you do it and you're like, okay, well, I know I don't like that. Next time I know I won't do that. But I ended up liking that. It's the creative play. And creative play is a very important part of my life. And that's why I love our Saturdays so much, because when this is your business, when, creating products and designing products and, teaching classes and things like that, designing projects and classes, when that's your business, sometimes it is hard to find time or make time to creative play, which I don't know. It always just kind of fuels me. So hence why I get so loud. All right, Nick. Back to Nick again. His unwavering support, love, and patience. Patience. And overall kindness. He is a good man that I don't know how I got so blessed. The joy, laughter, that's a big part of our relationship. Laughter and comfort. He brings to my life is, I'll just say amazing, because I'm running out of room. All right. So now, you may not have a partner. You might have a pet. And that could just as easily work for a pet. You might not have a pet. You may have a dear friend. You may have dear coworkers. You may have nieces or nephews or grandkids that could fill in for. So if you are thinking about what you don't have to be thankful for, turn it, right? What do you have to be thankful for? This would be one of those things that, and I know sometimes, some of you are always very honest in the chat. And you say, you know what? I really feel like I don't have a lot to be thankful for right now. And I say, okay, sister, if you and I were together in a room, we would not leave until we had your list, and I would pull it out of you. Aha. So to see what's happening there, do you see how there's that space where there's no ink? That's telling me something's wrong, right? You know what's wrong? I can see there is a hair that is right through all of that. So sometimes visually you can see if something's wrong, but if I couldn't have visually seen that was happening, then once I tested it, I would be able to see. Right? All right. I would sit down with you and I'd say, all right, and we'd have a nice chat. And I'd say, all right, tell me about yourself. Tell me about your life. Tell me about what you like to do. And then you'd be telling me all these things and I'd be like, you know what, Molly? It'd be like, Molly, here's the deal. Those things you just told me, I can tell you have a lot to be thankful for. And let's talk about it. And then we pull them all out. Say, you told me that you love your job. So you can be thankful that you have a job that keeps you, financially supported, that brings you a lot of joy, and it fuels your soul and your energy and your creativity, right? Oh, Wanda, thank you, Wanda. Wanda said, thank you, Lael, you're the best. Don't ask why, just because. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Lisa, nice to see you. All right, so number 2. What's number 2? Number 2 on my list is good health. And I'm going to do this. All of those things, I'm going to make a little box around so that it's a little bit easier to see with my writing. All right, so good health. Hold on, what did I write? It always reminds me not to take my health for granted, especially after being sick in bed the last week. Right? So that I could say, you know what? I'm not grateful for my health. I've missed a lot of things this last week, and I had a lot of work I needed to do that I didn't get done, and now I'm all stressed out and blah, blah, blah. So I can either look at it as positive or negatively, right? So instead of being negative about it, I can say, you know what? I'm grateful for good health, because when I'm not healthy, then I realize how I'm grateful when I am healthy. And now I'm not always the, positive person, just so you know, all right? Just so you know. Another sip of tea, all right? Hydration break, friends. So remember, it's important to hydrate. Can I tip this enough now that I won't spill? Nope, I'm gonna have to drink all of it before you can see that it says tea, although it says tea, I told you. All right, I think that Steph just issued a challenge. She said, only half of us have liked this session. Here's a reminder to give it a thumbs up. Love it. All right, so it's number 2 for me. Number 3. What is the third thing on my list? So this list today, I am doing a little bit more writing on, right? I have 4 things and I'm writing about them. But if writing like that does not make you comfortable, it makes you uncomfortable, then you know what? Just make a run-on list or a numbered list. Number 1, my dog. Number 2, my health. Number 3, butternut squash. Number 4, landman. Whatever. You don't have to expand. You don't have to get deep if you don't want to. That's the beauty of this whole kind of idea of creative listing. You get to make it your own. And I always say there's only 2 things you need to do what we do here on Saturday. Something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, you can use whatever you want. You don't have to have new things, right? I know sometimes we get caught up in, oh my gosh, Lael just released all these new stamp sets. I have to buy them all. We don't have to have new things, right? Most of us, all of us probably, have plenty of stuff that we could do creative listing for the next 26 years and never run out of things, right? So something to write with and something to write on. This is another list. Things I'm grateful for or thankful for. If you're just getting started creative listing, this is a great time of year. Just jump in. There's no right way to start. There's no wrong way to start. The right way to start really is just to start. There is a link to a free class also here in the description box of the video, where I talk to you about some ways to get started creative listing, some different topics and things like that. Thanks for joining us, Rachel. Fun to have you here. All right. Oh, and Laura. Hello, Laura. Oh my goodness. Laura. My friend Laura Lee, Rosie Posey Studio, who has been on the Lael by Mail design team on and off for the last couple of years, and recently is guest designing with my dear summer collection. So fun to have you here, Laura. She just works with my products like you can't even believe. Amazing artist and amazing person. All right, my next one is family. This one's kind of a 2-parter. Family who supports me no matter what, right? No matter what. And is always there for me. And then paired with friends who bring joy and connection. No, friends who bring joy and connection to my life. I have a good amount of friends. I have a very small circle of close friends. But either way, family and friends. Like that. All right, number 4. Last one. When we talk about Lael by Mail, not the person, the entity, the business, it has taken on such a different form this year. And it has, it's been, I don't know, well, Lael by Mail, turning my side hustle into a full-time thing, happened 6.5 years ago. I think 6.5 years ago, when I left Simple Stories after working there for 6 years. I had basically worked myself into 2 full-time jobs. My side hustle, which was traveling and teaching, and then my full hustle, which was Simple Stories. And so after an intervention from my family, Nick, our boys, and my mother, I knew I couldn't keep burning the candle at both ends and in the center and all sides. It was like a roaring inferno, burning the candle, and decided to go out on my own and turn my side hustle into a full-time thing. And that for a long time was just Lael. It was Lael, and then during the pandemic, it was Lael and Nick helping me ship orders, and then it has grown and blossomed into a whole new living, breathing thing with a team. So now there is a team. And it was earlier this year that the team, I won't say the last member of the team, I will see the latest member of the team really kind of helped to solidify everything. And that was a designer. And I've worked with a couple of different designers over the years, but this designer gets me. And what the now team kind of puts out together is we're just in a really good place. So my last one is the amazing team of people, and there are 5 of us, team of people, which I can't even believe I'm saying, working alongside me, that support and enhance my business, plus the Squirrel Squad community that supports me. And that support is in so many different ways. The community, you guys support in so many different ways. It could be buying my products. It could be joining me on a Saturday. It could be liking a post. It could be interacting on a post. It could be telling friends about me. But kind of that is today and kind of this, month or this time in my life. Those are the 4 things that I am thankful and grateful for. All right. So I think we are just about done with this first list. I feel like we kind of have some extra space in here, right? So I think what I'm going to do is I just need something to break up that extra space a little bit. Is that straight? Mm-hmm. We'll do that, and then I will come down here and I think make another little double line. Another line. So we've got kind of a double line going here. Just because there's a little bit too much blank space there. And it's okay. I mean, there's kind of some trapped white space there. So what if we do this? What if we go one more? What if we go one more there? And we'll see. That will help a little bit. But we still have some trapped white space, but that's okay. All right, so today I'm grateful for, those are the things I'm grateful for today, this month. I need to date this. To me, that's really important, right? Because this is right now what I'm grateful for. What I was grateful for 4 years ago would be different, maybe, or the same, similar to what I might be grateful for years from now. So to me, it's always important to date things. So let's see. What if, okay, hold on. I think I remember something from, pardon me, these little labels. What if, okay. So these labels, this is all one piece, but I'm going to cut it apart. I think I will use one of these guys. Now, I'm going to use one of these. And what color would I like to use? I feel like this guy, kind of this orange, really ties in well with what we have going on. So let's come in here and cut this little guy apart. And I like that it has that little flower on it, because that will tie in with the little flower over here. But that will also mean I have to do one more thing, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I'll talk about why. But I think this could go right here. I will stamp today's date with a roller date stamp. So today's date is November 22nd. November 22nd. And I think I'll just do that in the brown. Might as well use that same brown, I think. But I will also test that first, because even when it's a date, always test, because if I had maybe used it last week, and last week when I used it, I had October, so if I didn't pay attention and accidentally left October, wouldn't be the end of the world, but if I test first, I make sure it's okay. So now I'm going to cut the edge of this off, and just have this little guy kind of sit right there. Right there. Now, I need to add one more thing. There is a design principle that is visual triangle. Okay, so what I've started here, I have something here, something here. And what that design principle would say, Lael, you need to add a third, because you need to have that visual triangle. So if I put something somewhere over here, I have that visual triangle, and now that leads my eye from here to here, over to here. So that should be easy, right? I will just find another one of those little flowers. If you're not working with die cuts, or you're not working with stickers, you could add a little stamp. So you could use, you know, a little flower stamp, or an acorn stamp in this case, or a leaf stamp, or something like that. It doesn't have to even be a flower, right? It could just be something that visually draws my eye down. I kind of like these little guys. That's a little, is that a little anise seed pod? That go there? Or now is it a little bit too weird because I've done 3 different things? Let's just go back to maybe looking for another little flower. That guy's kind of large, but maybe we'll stick with the flowers. We'll have that maybe bleed off the page a little bit. Or, actually, I think, what if we do this? What if we see if we can get this guy back off? Gently lift that up, because I felt like having that big one was too big down there. Try to lift that back up without removing really any paper. All right, so this guy goes here. Now, you know what it can also help do? It can also help fill in a little bit of that trapped white space that I was worried about, that little area. So let's replace it with this guy. And I think maybe we'll put that right there. And then we'll take this guy, maybe pop this guy down in here because it's a little bit smaller because we don't really have as much room down here as we did up there. And then that should wrap it. That should wrap it up. Although I can tell it won't quite wrap it up because there's one more thing I think I need to do. Just put that guy right there. All right, so there's our visual triangle. There to there, down to over there. And that even kind of works with our thankful too. It's just kind of taking us down to this lower area. All right, one last thing I'm going to do. I am going to find a colored pencil. I think I would like to just a little bit emphasize those pieces a little bit more. So if I pull out, I have swatched all my colored pencils, not all of them, most of them. Let's grab this. I bet we can find something in that one. So if we look at maybe, you know what might be kind of nice? I don't know. Let's look at yellow ochre. So this set, I don't know if yellow ochre is going to, oh yeah, yellow ochre will be here somewhere. This is the reason why you swatch, well, you know I swatch my inks, but I also swatch my pencils and markers and things too, because sometimes, flesh, that's a weird sounding one. It would have to be in here, wouldn't it? Marigold, cadmium, yellow deep. Oh no, actually it's probably going to be, there's a whole other set underneath, I forgot, because it's in the brown area. Yellow ochre light. So if I just looked like that, that may never be the one that I select because that's not really what it looks like. But if I have it swatched, then we can see. So what I'll do up here is we'll just kind of test this one more time. Where's my marker? So if I just do this, like if I had Nick. If I take this marker and I can do that. And then I could also kind of gently color that in. Now, will I like the way that looks there? I think I will. Let's do it. So I am going over the top of that box, dark, and then just very lightly coloring that in. And then that makes it, that really stands out a lot more, right? When you see that right away. And these, it helped that I outlined them in a little box, but that's really now going to make them pop. Colored pencils can really add a lot to your work. Instead of having to have a lot of different colored pens, if you kind of wanted to look at colored pens, your colored pencils can carry a lot of that weight for you. And you can find some pretty inexpensive colored pencils. I mean, these are watercolor pencils, but I don't watercolor. I just wanted a nice mix of colors. So you can go a long ways with just colored pencils. You could probably find a set of 1,000 for about $1 on Amazon. Or your local art store, right? There we go. All right, now, one last thing. What if I do this over here? This might be a little much. I don't know, we'll see. I might regret that, but it's okay. Now I just kind of pulled that same look over into there. I don't love it, but that's okay. Maybe we'll just kind of now lightly color in that whole thing, just so it's not so stark white over there. That's the other thing too. You can take your inks or take your colored pencils and really tone something down quite a bit. Like I just really toned that little guy down, that little label down. All right, there we go. There is our list. our first list, things that I am thankful or grateful for. Okay, let's get this cleaned up. Let's get this mess cleaned up. And then we will do, wait, where's the other set? We'll move on to our next list. And our next list is another list it's a list that we do. We have kind of a number of lists that we do on a monthly basis, kind of a frequent basis. And one of those is called What a Day. What a Day. That is very much, again, another time capsule type list because it's a snapshot of any given day and what you did on that day. And here's the thing with that. You might say, Lael, I could never do a list like that because my days are so boring. It's the same thing every day. And I'd say, well, you know what? Then I challenge you to make it different. Maybe document differently. You might think there's nothing to write on my list. Well, you'll see what's on my list. Some of the things on my list are just really boring. Because the idea, at least for me, is not to, my back is to you as I'm putting the inks away here. The idea is not to be documenting some amazingly fabulous day that I had, or, I did a whole bunch of different stuff. But it's really just to give a picture of my life. So sometimes I'm documenting a vacation day. Sometimes I'm documenting a work day. Sometimes I'm documenting just a basic everyday. So I try to switch them up. But it's called What a Day. This one we've been doing, oops, that's on there. Once I get these put away, I'll add that to my insert. This list we have been doing for the last, I don't even know, couple years. What a day. Again, just like when we talked about currently, I would love to have had a currently list, a what a day list of my mom or my grandma. Like, what was her typical day like back then, right? What were they doing? What was a typical day? This collection has so many different beautiful icons in it, kind of floral sprays and fall things, and I just barely scratched the surface with that. But I am using it again, but in a totally different way on this next list. So let's get these added. Oh, I love that guy. That's such a fun. And I won't use it there because, or I don't know. No, I don't need to use it, right? I don't need to use it. But here's the thing. Something like this, you could have your list, things I'm thankful for, that could be there, and you just write your list, right? So you don't have to have a lot of things. You don't have to spend, an hour plus, however long we've been together, you have to spend a ton of time on your list, right? I think really the point is, number one, to do it so you're documenting kind of your life. But number two is to have a little bit of creativity, a little bit of creative time. Because if you're like me, and I know a lot of you are, we really thrive on having creative time. But sometimes we don't feel like we have enough time to be creative. And this is something, kind of this little hobby that we do here, you don't have to take a lot of time with, right? It could just be make a list. Write your list, what you're grateful for, put a die cut on it or put a little stamp on it and call it good. All right, so when it comes to the left side and adhering to the left side, once I get about, that's a pretty one too. Once I get about halfway through an insert, I will do something a little bit different to adhere the page to my insert on the left side. And that is because I do add die cuts and I do add stickers and I do add paper. So my traveler's notebook starts to become a little chunky. And two things happen. Number one, this part that gets adhered doesn't always want to stay because of gravity. It tends to want to pop. So if I use double-sided tape that's a little bit stronger, it will help it stay so it doesn't lift there. But number two, what happens is sometimes my staples will start to lose the paper like this, right? So a couple of my pages are no longer, that one's still hanging on barely, but will no longer be, they're no longer part of my insert because the staples can only hold so much. So I continue working with that until I am done with the insert. Once I'm done with the insert, I take the cover off, I take the staples out, and I will stitch it back together using wax thread. So I basically recover it. There is a little class here, a free class here on my YouTube channel that walks you through how I do that. But that is any insert that you're working with, even if it is, or any kind of notebook or something, unless it's really, really, really bound, then that's going to happen, or it may happen. There's really nothing you can do about it unless all you're doing is writing and they're not adding anything else. So it's just part of the process, and I don't do anything with that until I'm done with the whole entire insert. Okay, let's just get that on straight-ish. All right, that looks pretty good. All right, so our second list, as I was mentioning, is What a Day. What a Day, I will be using the same collection again, but I am using the 12 by 12 sticker sheet. Or some stickers from the 12 by 12 sticker sheet, because Simple Stories does not do sticker books anymore. So we're going to use the 12 by 12 sticker sheet. And as I pull this in, when, excuse me, let's have a hydration break here very quickly, friends. Oh. Wanda says she usually picks a day where she does the most stuff, which is totally good, right? I always say you do you. You do what works for you and makes you happy. All right. So, when I saw the sticker sheet, there are 3 or 4 stickers that jumped out to me that I wanted to use. And it's these little animals: the squirrel, the hedgehog, the raccoon, and the fox. And so I thought this will just be super cute, a really kind of little easy, fun thing to do. This is going to be a 2-page list though. So we're going to see how this works as a 2-page list to start. The reason I'm thinking that this is going to be a 2-page list, and it's not that I did a lot of things that day, it is because of really what I want to do for the title over here. Prior to now, when we had done this list, and this has been the last, I don't know, maybe year and a half, we had used a stamp set called, let me grab it here really quick so I can show it to you. We had used a stamp set called What a Day. All right. And as we look at a list that I had done in the past with that stamp set for What a Day. Oh, here we go. This is a What a Day list. So I had used the numbers on this stamp set for the 12th and the little TH. I had used the month on that stamp set to do October. Oh, and you know what? I forgot to highlight whatever day that was. That is a stamp on that stamp set. That's one single stamp, your Sunday through Saturday. And then you have lots of other things on that stamp set, some words and phrases and things like this. So I have been using this stamp set for my What a Day list for probably the last year and a half, or I don't know, year and a half, or maybe even almost 2 years. And so I am ready to change it up. I'm ready to change up the way that I do my What a Day lists, way I kind of design them. So this is one of the stamp sets that will be retired, What a Day. Even if you don't use this stamp set for What a Day, it is a great stamp set because you have all of your months and you have those large numbers, and then you have kind of a lot of little fun words and phrases. So that is one that will be retired. So watch for that on Wednesday. What I am going to now transition to using is this. This is the month by month stamp set. This is one of 12. This is November that I released in earlier this month. All right. So there is one of these for every month. And the fun thing about this is that the stamps are the exact same design from month to month, except the words change, right? So those two, they look exactly like that. It's just different for each month. You have your little circle that's different for each month. You have the large, tall number for the month with it written in handwriting. So you have that for every single month. So this is what I will be using. This is, I should say, one of the things I will be using the month by month stamps for. At least, well, for sure the rest of this year and for all of 2026. That's one of the things I'll be using them for. So what I thought I would do, I thought I would, whoopsie, come out of there. Amy just link that in the description box of the video. There are 12 stamps that can all be purchased separately, but they can also be purchased in the bundle, all 12. And all 12, I think if you buy all 12, it's 10% off. But when I released these, I said, these will be stamps. These will not be going away for a long time. So some people have just ordered maybe November and December to start, and then they'll continue to build on that. Whereas other people have taken advantage of that kind of bundle price and ordered them all now. So just know they're not going anywhere. So what I thought I would do is I look at my little list. I'm using that big November right there. And then I will use a couple of the other stamps intermixed throughout the other pages. So knowing that I am going to use these guys, the squirrel, that guy. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to keep it pretty basic. I think I am just going to be plain old boring, and I'm going to use black ink. I will use black ink, and I will use my black pen. But you could really, pull in whatever colors you wanted. Steph said, I like it. She said, if you don't want to document a normal day, you could document an awful or awesome day, about which you'd say, wow, what a day. Or you might say, well, actually, wow, what a day could work for both of those, couldn't it? For sure, wow, what a day would work for both. So on this list, I am working directly on the page, meaning I'm stamping and adding my writing and my stickers directly to my Traveler's Notebook insert, as opposed to doing what I did on the last list, where I worked off the page. I was working on a background pattern paper, and then I had cardstock that I was using to write my list on. So this one is just directly on the page. And I do both. Sometimes I like to use background paper, and then sometimes I just like to work directly on the insert. All right, so starting out with November. Now, I have not used these stamps yet. I haven't used any of them. So there is something that's very important that I need to start off with. This is another one of those things that if you are not doing this with your stamping, you may not like stamping because you may not like the way things look. And that is priming or conditioning your stamp before you use it for the first time. I did not know this was even a thing. When I first started stamping, I didn't know. And it's one of the reasons why I did not like stamping, because I didn't like the way it looked. And I never gave it enough time to kind of work itself out before I stopped stamping with the stamp sets. So your stamp sets, and I will talk specifically about photopolymer stamps. My stamps are photopolymer and they are made in the US. This would also be the case for any acrylic stamps. Generally, your acrylic stamps are made overseas. I don't know if this is the case for your red rubber stamps. So I'm basically talking about your clear stamps. When your clear stamps are manufactured, specifically your photopolymer stamps, a mold is made for the material. The mold is made and that material, the polymer, is put into the mold. And that is how your stamp shape is created. Now, very similarly to when you're making muffins in a muffin tin, you probably aren't just pouring your muffin batter in the muffin tin, because what happens? It would stick when you try to pull it out. So something similar happens in the manufacturing process of your clear stamps, in that there is something that they put in that mold so that the material, in this case the polymer, is not sticking. And in my mind, I think of it as like Pam cooking spray, right? If you're making muffins, you might put Pam cooking spray in your muffin tin so it doesn't stick when they come out. It is not Pam, but when these stamps come out, there can be a little bit of that residue on the stamp. Just as when you pull the muffins out, you're going to have a little bit of that Pam in the muffin, right? It's just residue. You can't see it in your muffin. You also can't see it in your stamp, but it is there. So if you've ever stamped with ink and start on your project and it looks really splotchy, that is because likely there's some of that residue on the stamp. And so that residue is preventing the ink from sticking to your stamp. So it gets really splotchy. So what I do, you don't need to, but you should prime or condition your stamps before you use them. There are at least 3 different ways you can do that. There is a free class here on my YouTube channel that walks you through the different ways of priming or conditioning your stamps. This is the way I do it. I take a just plain old white eraser and I gently erase over the top of all of those stamps. And I do that right off the bat on the entire set. all the stamps, even though I'm not going to use all of them right now. But it's far easier for me to do this one time than to come back every time I want to use a different stamp on this stamp set and do it. So I gently erase. Now, we're not going to be in third grade where we wrote our spelling word incorrectly and we're erasing it, and we're erasing it so hard it like tears the paper, right? We're not looking for a lot of eraser tailings on this. We're not trying to erase so hard. We're just gently erasing over the top. And that will kind of eliminate, get rid of that residue. Now, once you do that, you want to clean that because we do have a little bit of eraser on there. And if the eraser's on there, it will prevent our ink from sticking wherever those little eraser bits are, right? So I just come in with my little stamp chamois, and that's what you've seen me use today. Any other time I'm cleaning the ink off of my stamps, but I'm just cleaning that, right? Just want to make sure it's clean, make sure any of that residue gets off, and make sure any of those little eraser parts come off. Now, a really important part of that process, if I am going to use this stamp right away, is then to dry it. I want to dry that. If I don't dry that, depending on the ink I am going to now stamp with, it may cause a problem. I use pigment-based ink. Pigment-based ink takes a little minute or two. It just takes a little bit to dry, right? And so if my stamp is wet or it has moisture on it, and I immediately put my pigment-based ink on it, which is water reactive, that water is going to react. The water on the stamp, the moisture on the stamp is going to react with the ink, the pigment in the ink. And sometimes it will do really weird things. So that's actually sometimes a nice thing because sometimes you want the ink to be reactive because you can do cool things with it. You can do mixed media with it. You can tell I'm not a mixed media person. If it is still a little bit wet, you can blend it a little bit better than you can maybe a pigment or a dye-based ink. All that to say, you need to condition your stamps. You really should before you start using them. And that's the way I do it. Another way that you can do it is just stamp. You can just stamp a whole bunch of times until all of that residue is gone. And let me just show you kind of an example of that. And that's another way that neither of them are right or wrong. They're just different ways to do them. If you are stamping a bunch of times in order to get that off, I highly recommend that you do that on scratch paper, because if you do that on your project, then it's not necessarily going to do what you need it to do. But here's an example. If you look at those 5s, in this case, I had not primed or conditioned that stamp before I inked it up. So we look at that first 5, and it's a little blotchy. And you might look at that and go, Lael, that's totally fine with me. I really don't care. I like a nice, solid impression. So I stamped once, re-inked, and stamped again. Look at the difference between number 1 and number 2. There are now splotches in places that weren't there before. So I re-inked and stamped again. Well, look at 5. 5 has more splotches than anywhere else on the 1 and 2. I re-inked and stamped again, and then I ended up with a nice, solid, not splotchy stamp. So that you can do. Now that took 4 different times for me to do it. So you might think doing that process takes too long. This may take just as much time, but you might be like, I don't really care what it looks like. I'm just going to stamp right off the bat. You get to decide. The other way, and I'm sure there are more ways than this, but another one that people talk about is taking your stamp and stamping it on your skin to remove that residue. Now for me, I live in Utah. I have very dry skin. It's very dry in Utah. So chances are if I'm doing that, I'm transferring residue to my skin and then picking up some dry skin on my stamp, which I don't want there. Or maybe I've lotioned really well after I got out of the shower. I am now transferring lotion onto my stamp, which is, may cause a problem with my ink adhering to the stamp. Different ways you can do it. The whole point of that, though, is that you really should prime or condition your stamp before you use it. And if you did not know that and you haven't liked stamping, maybe that's an aha moment for you. On all of my new stamp sets, so this has probably been maybe the last 4 or 5 months, on the back of the packaging, there is a little stamp care for you, and there's a little QR code that you can scan that takes you to that free class here on my YouTube channel on how to, different ways that you can prime or condition your stamps before you use them. All right, that will make, at least it has to me, a huge difference in your stamping. Once I figured that out, I'm like, oh my goodness, that was like made the world of difference. All right, actually, I'm going to, I think, again, right sizing. I'm going to use this guy instead of this guy. This guy would totally work, but it's just a little bit bigger. And as I mentioned before, for me, right sizing my stamping block to my stamp is something that's made life easier when it comes to stamping. All right, so now let's test stamp. Now this stamp has pretty large surface area, right? So we want to make sure, get that nice and inked up very well. And I want to make sure that I apply nice even pressure all over that stamp as I am stamping it, because if I don't, oh, there's another big hair in there. If I do not apply nice even pressure, because that is a larger stamp, more surface area, then I may not, let me just, this will be fine. I may not get a nice solid impression. So nice even impression. I stand when I'm stamping. That's another thing for me that has made a huge, huge, huge difference, friends. A huge difference. I always joke, if you are sitting down, your T-Rex arms are at play. You're sitting down, you don't have a lot of range of motion with your little arms, right? When you stand, you have much more range of motion. Such an important part of stamping is range of motion and leverage. So if you stand, you have more range of motion, you have better leverage, and that those two things in turn, just for me, give me a much better stamped impression. Now, what I am doing here, I am pulling in a pencil board. I didn't use it when I did this side because I was working off the page. I had a nice flat surface to stamp on, but I am stamping directly on the page here. All right, stamping directly on the page here. So if I don't put a pencil board in between my pages, I don't really have a nice solid stamp surface to stamp on. And if anything here is layered like that guy, that could cause a problem in my stamped impression because it is not flat. So pencil board slides under my page, gives me a nice even stamp surface, nice even hard surface to stamp on. That can make a huge difference too, especially if you're working in like an Archer and Olive book or something like that, and you don't necessarily, you can't take the page out. Having that solid surface to stamp on can be super, super helpful. And I have a couple different size those on the website. All right, so now I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to come over here and we'll stamp right about there. I do not want to rock my stamp. If I rock my stamp, kind of my stamping block like that, that's going to apply undue pressure at the top and the bottom, and it may blur the top and the bottom. All right, so just want to do nice even pressure, and I want to make sure, since this is a stamp has a little bit larger surface area, I want to apply nice even pressure all across that. Ta-da! Isn't that fun? All right, so now let's clean that guy off and we'll put that part of him away. As I said, you will see me use, well, obviously these month by month stamps, you will see me use, quite a bit going forward because there's so many fun things we can do with them. And my new design team, which the call ended yesterday, so I've got, holy cow, a lot of work. I was saying to Nick, this is so funny, I was saying to Nick last night, I'm like, oh my gosh, Nick, because it closed last night, the open call closed, I was starting to get a lot, just kind of last minute, a lot of entries come through, and I kept saying, oh my gosh, Nick, this is gonna be so hard. Bless his heart, you know what he said? Do you want me to look at them, some of them free, and help you decide? And I'm like, oh no, that's okay. Thank you though for offering. That was really nice of him to say, but I'm like, yeah, you don't really know, honey, what I'm looking for. So what might look nice to you might not work for me, and vice versa. All right. Heather said, I missed the deadline, but hopefully I'll be more prepared next time. And you know what, you guys, it happens every year. It happens in November every year. So absolutely. Absolutely. And it's just the design team. I won't do that. Design team for me is a really important part of what I do, because you guys see how I use my products, but my design team gives a whole different perspective and a whole different style, right? Giving you ideas on how you can also use my products. So for the most part, with almost every product I have out there, if not all of them, you will see at least one project example of either how I've used it, or sometimes how Amy has used it, or how someone on the design team has used it. All right, so that is where I'm starting. Now, I think I'm going to figure out where I want to put some of these little creatures now, these little cute creatures. So I think if I put one, maybe here. I won't kind of set him down all the way in case I need to pick him up. And then I think maybe, what if we put another guy maybe about right here. And then I think I'm going to use this little hedgehog dude. Little hedgehog, maybe right here. All right, now let me look at my thing, because what was I gonna do? He actually will maybe cause some problems in terms of what I wanted to do over here. So I don't know, maybe I need to use all four. Let's see if this guy goes here. And maybe this guy comes over here a little bit more. And we're just kind of throwing them in, right? We don't want them to be right next to each other. So I'm just gonna, let's do that. That's good. We're just gonna throw them in there. That'll work. All right, so now, because I didn't do that much stuff on this day. So I'm also going to pepper in with some other stamps.
Betty.
Hi, Sam.
Hi.
Sam is in the house.
Hey, Mom.
That's a cute jacket you have on. What is that?
It's a Levi's jacket.
It's like a quilted. Come put your arm in so they can see. That is so cool.
It's reversible.
You guys have to. Oh my gosh, look at this.
Like,
So this is like a quilted jacket. This is our son Sam.
You
Sam,
can- you can
okay.
flip
Here,
the
let's do this.
camera
Oh, we'll
if you
flip the
want.
camera. We'll just take a quick little break. I might as well show you him so you can see the full jacket, like the full effect of the jacket. Okay, say hi.
Hello.
Hi, Sammy. Okay, look at you guys. How cute is this jacket? Is he so styling? But this is like quilted Levi jacket. I love that. Oh, you cologne on too.
Mhm.
You seeing Lena? You just did.
I went on a date last night.
So you still have cologne on from then?
Yeah, that's.
Oh,
I
is this
slept-
what you wore last
I slept over at her house.
Oh,
Mom.
okay, hold on. Okay, come here though. That's so
We
cool.
got home
But-
from the bar. It was at like. We got back to her house at
Come
like
show the
1:30
reversible.
or 2.
Now you gotta see how it's reversible too. This is so cool. All right, we're just, we're on total. Let's see. Oh, I love that it's reversible. It's like 2 jackets in one. That's awesome. Did you buy that new or is that thrifted?
I bought this.
You bought it new? Okay, that's cool. Oh yeah, I bet it was nice and expensive, huh? All right, friends, so there we go. That's Sam and his quilted jacket. I love that. That's so cool. Now I gotta think about this. Okay, did I do that right? I did. All right. There we go. You'll probably see Jack later this week because Jack and his fiance will be in town. So,
Jack
oh,
and
thank you,
Cat.
Jack and Cat. I know, Jack and Cat.
I like those necklaces, Mom.
Oh, thank you. Like my necklace. Oh, Grammy's here too. She just said hello.
Grammy.
Okay, guess
Oh.
what?
Speak of the devil.
Hold on.
Hi, Grammy.
Oh, could you go in the other room while you talk to your Grammy on my phone? On the phone? That's funny. That's so funny. So my mother, who's on here, right, is just called Sam on the phone. That's funny. And then he was ready to have a conversation in here. I know. We need to ask him about. Okay, wait. Okay. So now, Cherie, you said where did it come from? Where did what come from? I don't want to answer before I know what you're asking. And Retro RX, absolutely. She said, oh gosh, Sam looks so much like it does. Sam looks like your oldest son. All right, now that I'm almost done with my tea, you can see. Nick brought me tea in the teacup. All right. I think the tea is helping. I think the hot dirt water is helping, friends. All right. Oh, the jacket. All right, I'll ask him when he comes back. All right, you know what? Let me just really quickly, I've got so much here. Let me just clean some of these things up and then we'll ready to continue on. So one of the things that when you are creative listing or working on a project like this, right? All of this product came from a collection, right? So it was all kind of blended in well together. But these stickers could have come from all different things, right? You don't have to only use one collection or product from one collection. You could mix and match things from a whole different collection. You might have extra bits left over from 8 different things that you're getting ready to throw away, and you're like, you know what? I could totally make those work and blend them all together. It's important for me, for you guys to really feel like you can use whatever you want or whatever you have to play, because that's what it is. It's all about playing. Hopefully Sam comes back. All right. So now I was also going to work in, I thought, pardon me, I thought this might be a fun little one to work in somewhere. This little NOV. So here's the other thing too. If you are pulling in a whole bunch of different things that really don't seem like they go together, if you stick with a consistent color, like I'm using, all of my stamping is black in this case. If I use a consistent color, or I use a consistent stamp set to kind of bring everything together, also like I'm doing, that can really help too, right? That can really help too. Oh, got confused there. All right. So, would you or have you ever done a what a day list? Just curious. All right. So let's put this guy on my little idea over here. It was going to go in the middle over here somewhere. So what if we just, maybe, I don't want it to be direct. Oh, okay. Let's talk about what I was just about ready to do there. I was thinking I wanted it to go about right there. Now, I stopped. I didn't stamp it. You know why I didn't stamp it? Because that wouldn't work. Because that is going to get in the way of over there. So I either probably need to move it somewhere else. Or I can reposition it on my stamping block. And I'm actually going to change my stamping block to something that is not circular. That took me a minute to get that word out. Circular. So it's not circular. I think I will grab this guy, even though this guy is way bigger. And normally I say right size your stamp to your stamping block, but I'll be able to get that right there if I use that as opposed to what I was trying to do there. Sometimes if you just think, it's like my dad used to say, measure twice, cut once, right? So it's kind of think twice before you stamp. Just kind of that very quickly, I knew that wasn't going to work. So here, this can just kind of get right in there. And I'm not directly above that one. I'm not directly across from that one. And over here, I'm also not directly I'm above, but I'm not across from it. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to kind of break this up. So things are just peppered. They're just peppered throughout. Carol said, what a day. She just recently got the what a day stamp, and you love it. I love that. Love that you love that. It's just kind of a fun, just a fun way to play. This I did quite a bit when our kids were little. When Jack and Sam were little, especially with Jack. Jack was the first. Sometimes we do things with the first that we don't do with subsequent children, right? So I, about every 6 months with Jack, made it was probably a little bit more of a currently type list of what he was doing, eating, playing with, things like that. But I even did a what a day, every day with him. But there was a reason. I went back to work with him when he was 3 months old. And our nanny, Lily, worked for us for 15 years. And our nanny, Lily, now works for us again. Or me, I should say. She now is one of the 2 people, part of the 5-person team, right? 4 plus me. Lily and Denise do all the picking and the packing of the orders. But I bring this up because when I was a new mom and I went back to work, I'm like, oh my gosh, how is this going to work? How am I going to know what, he did during the day? How am I going to know, even if he's a newborn, right? When he ate last and if he slept well or not. Did he have naps? He did. When he went to the bathroom, because those are all the things that you need to know about your babies if you're not with them all day. So probably for the first 4 months of his life, I had every single day in a 3-ring binder what his day was like. And it was so interesting because you could see it from month to month. I mean, even when they're newborns, right? Things change so much, even sometimes from week to week, on what he was doing and how his habits and his patterns and all the things change. So, a what a day can work really well for lots of different people, lots of different ages, right? Sometimes, maybe even someone that's elderly in your life, right? If you are needing to keep track, like my dad has Alzheimer's, and I haven't never done this for him, but maybe it's something like that where you're trying to track every day that they're eating, that they're drinking water, that, how is his cognitive ability, how is his memory, how is that changing from day to day? All right. I love it. Kathy said she's never done this list, but she's going to do it with me today. Right? This is another great one that's a really easy kind of starter. If you normally haven't, if you haven't creative listed with us before, but you think it might be fun, this would be a great one to start with. Now, let's see. We don't want that. I wouldn't put that November right there because it's right above that. That just wouldn't be good. And really, this needs to go because of that little banner. It needs to go at the top somewhere. So really, this one won't come into play unless we did it sideways, which I suppose you could do it sideways. But I think for now, that may be, I don't know, maybe we'll do one more. Let's do one more because I need to fill in some more space because, I didn't do that many things this day. Is this better suited for my round? Let's see. I don't think so. I think that's a little... Sam, come here. The ladies would like to know where you purchased your jackets.
Levi's.
Levi's.
At the mall.
Oh, at the mall. Okay, so he went to the mall to the Levi's store, but you could probably go to the Levi website, like levis.com maybe? I don't know.
I think that's their website.
Yeah, well, I love it. Did you pick it out yourself or did Lena pick it out? Mutually picked it out. It's so cool.
We walked in we saw it as just like the jean side.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then we walked over and we're looking at it, and Lena pointed out that it was reversible.
And then you're like,
Ooh,
ooh.
that would be nice.
I love it.
It's so warm.
It looks like it's warm. I know. It does. I bet it's warm.
It's very cozy.
Nice.
Hi, Reg.
Well, good.
Hi.
Oh, Reggie's talking to him. All right, let's look at this last one.
Okay, I'm gonna go help Dad with this stuff.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, yes. So my plan is to also use this specific stamp in my next list as well. I have not played with the month-by-month stamps before, so this is fun. Well, everything we do is fun, but this is fun because I haven't played with them before. I think maybe we'll just have this guy go. How about if this guy goes maybe just right here? Ooh, now, hope I don't regret that. Ooh, the reason I said that is I did not put a my pencil board underneath there, so that was lucky. I'm okay. All right, so I think we're probably done with our little stamping right now. And now this is probably, I don't know, this will probably end up being a little bit more of a journal entry actually because I have a lot of room to fill. So we'll see how that works. Usually when I do them, it's just like a bulleted list. It's like, woke up, did this, did that. Where's the back side of that? My plastic sheet. I don't know. We'll put it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, but you know what I might want to do? Each month there's a little icon. So there's a little leaf icon. I might want to, probably what I should do is use that leaf icon in between all the things that I'm writing, maybe. All right, we'll see. Now, I feel like I have some very linear things going on. Those numbers look like they have lines. Well, they do, right? But there's an outline around that. There's a kind of a line around that. Let me move that up a little bit more. I just realized you can't really move this closer. You were totally missing the bottom part of my screen, I think. Is that better? Yes, sorry about that. All right, so if I feel like I should maybe do a box around that November as well, because then that will kind of tie all of those. It'll just frame it. That looks like it's framed. It'll frame that like those other things are framed. So that's what we're doing. I'm gonna use my little Sharpie, my trusty Sharpie here. Ooh. That's actually a little bit too close for them my liking, but oh well. It's done now. Would have liked to have a little bit more room around there, but no use crying over spilt milk. Now I'm too tall over here, but actually I might be able to fix it. And then we'll come over here. All right, so I think what we'll do, we might as well, we're gonna make a double outline. So with this stamp set right here, if I wanted to work in some extra color in here for my title, if I felt like it was too boring, I could do one of two things. I could, oh, I better not do it that way. I could, hold on, sometimes it's hard to talk and think at the same time. I usually can do that okay, but sometimes not so well. I could either use colored pencil or marker to color in those open letters, or I could use something to color in that frame, both the outside of the frame and the inside of the frame, right? So that'll be interesting to see. I might end up doing something like that. We'll see. If I did that, I think I'd be doing it in kind of the browns, kind of the brown tones, right? So let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's get this out again. We know we like the Castle Arts was the one I used before. So let's pull it out. Let's grab it. Let's grab it. Where do we go? All right. I think I will do, maybe we'll just do, no, that yellow ochre. I don't think yellow ochre. What if we used, we need something a little bit, or maybe a gray. Maybe Davy's gray. Davy's gray, is that what that is? I don't know. Let's look. Would that be? That's it. Davy's gray. So we can. Oh, we could even do it here. Maybe look. Just color that in, and it will just. I think that will be nice. I think we'll just add a little bit of extra color here because it's just really kind of stark up here. Some of you know this. I know Terry knows this. That for the first couple of. I'd say maybe the first 2 years that we were listing, when I was stamping, I would only stamp with black ink. It really took me a while to get past that and then start stamping with colored ink. And now I stamp with colored ink all the time, but I was just kind of stuck in my, I don't know, whatever I mean there, you know, stuck. I'll put that up to the screen so you can kind of see, but it's really faint. It just is going to add just a little bit of contrast there. And I think we'll do that with these little letters too. Now, what could be fun if you were stamping like that Big November in a different color? Let's say you were stamping in it. You could stamp it maybe like a dark pink and then take a light pink colored pencil to color in those other letters so you kind of have a contrast. I guess kind of what I'm doing here. We've got a dark pink, which is the black, and then a light pink, which is the gray. But it totally changes the look. I mean, not a lot, but it just changes kind of that look. It just kind of adds a little bit more color there. And then I think we're going to do it here too. Now, what could be fun, if you decided that you wanted to do like this list every month, what a day, you could come in and you could get all your lists ready for the entire year. And it could be, maybe you're doing your currently this way, maybe you're doing your what a day this way, but you could get all 12 ready and just kind of stamp them in the exact same way, and then just use different little die cuts or stickers to come in and to come in and add a little bit of color and visual interest. Sometimes we feel like we have to reinvent the wheel every time. We don't, right? All right. So now, this day was for the 20th, November 20th, and that was year 25. Okay, decorated. All right, so I'm gonna just pull that up. You can see, do you see how that little addition of that gray colored pencil really just kind of added just, a nice little something. And then probably what I will do with that guy, that leaf. So that leaf was part of that stamp set. So we are changing, remember we're right sizing our stamping block to our stamp. So here I've got a little cylinder. There's a set of 2 little size cylinders on my, my website. Your little cylindrical stamping blocks. So I think I'll just keep doing that same thing. Let's test this out first. Okay, I'm not going to worry about using a pencil board for this little stamp. But what I will do is I will stamp and then I will start writing part of my what a day. And then when I'm done writing the first thing on my what a day list, I will come back with that colored pencil and color it in. I don't want to do that right now because this ink, and this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is the only black stamping ink to use. That's my favorite. That's what I use. That VersaFine Clair Nocturne. It is by Sukaniko. It's a pigment-based ink. Remember we talked about pigment-based ink takes a little bit to dry. I would not want to stamp that and then right away come in and try to color that in because it would not be dry and I'd end up pulling some of that black from the stamped image in with that gray and it would not turn out the way that I wanted to. Louisa said coloring is relaxing. Yes, same here. Same here. I agree with you, Louisa. All right, the first thing on my list is I got up and got dressed and fixed my hair and put on makeup for the first, I should have gone over here, for the first time all week. I need to decide something here because this is kind of bugging me that I didn't go right there. So I need to decide that before I continue on with this slide, because if I put something right here, what could I add there? A small world. I got up and got dressed and fixed my hair and put on makeup for what can go there? I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna keep going over here. The first time all week after being under the weather since Sunday afternoon. So that is my plan for only, perfect, because you're brilliant. For only the first time. Ha! Perfect. All right. So let me stop here and let's just talk about really quickly the difference between this list that I'm doing, that's what a day, and what I have done in the past. In the past, I have, let me just pull this one out, this guy. In the past, oh, my little thing came off here. What a day. So this is this year's idea book, which was all of our lists from 2024. There's a chapter for what a day. I'm going to page 15. So what a day, excuse me, what a day. Usually, at least for this past year, 2024 and into 2025, this is what I've done. Or it's just bullet. Woke up at 2:30, read this, did this. Same thing for February. This was a kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bulleted list. This was a run-on bulleted list where I just kind of wrote things and then put a little stamp in between. But that is traditionally what I have done. So if you're someone that doesn't want to have to write, like I did, I just wrote quite a bit there. You can do a bulleted list like that. That just, number 1, I took a shower. Number 2, I did this. Number 3, I did this. But this one is going to be a little bit different for me. All right, now I'm going to come in here and do this. Yes, sweetie.
So I'm just bringing Reggie in.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, next up, the second thing I did. I am going to change the positioning of my little guy here, right? So my little leaf can kind of, go back and forth. The second thing I did is put the sheets and towels in the washer and picked things up to be ready for Sandra. Sandra is, I think I mentioned earlier, she has worked for her family. She's, cleans our house every other week, and she has probably for 20 years. And so that's what I did, right? Got ready for her. The next thing that I did. So this one is going to go over here. That guy will go there, but really I'm going to start it. Well, this is going to be a little bit odd, but I feel like I need to write something right here. Did some work to get ready for my Black Friday sale next week. Changing prices, adding new bundles. Okay. So, there's nothing, right, that's kind of just a regular day. There's nothing exciting going on yet. Nothing exciting going on yet. Next up, drove 30 minutes to my appointment with Dina for a fresh. I think I won't do anything down there. I think I'm going to leave that just so there's a little bit more white around it for a fresh Mani Pedi. Switched to red on my toenails. That may sound really plain, but I have the same color on my fingernails and toenails all year round, except for this time of year-ish. So I decided to go red early on my toes. And in 3 weeks, when I go back and do my manicure, I will go to red. Let's see. Oh, hi, Serenity. The pen I'm using, that is a Sharpie. It's a fine Sharpie, and it is, I sell them on my website, but you can find them usually they come in packs of 4. if you find them elsewhere, but you might find them at like an office supply store. It's just the point being that it, well, at least for me, it's a very, very, very fine tip. All right. So, right? I mean, nothing too exciting here. Nothing too exciting here. Ooh. So, while I was having the pedicure, I created a new affiliate contract agreement. I have several people that are affiliates for me. They are not design team members, but they help to promote my products and introduce my products to their followers and their communities. And so I worked on a new contract while I sat in the petty chair. And then I came home and sent the contract out to my newest affiliate. While I ate lunch. Nick fixed, he was working from home that day, grilled ham and cheese. So that was nice. Grilled ham and cheese on one of the thin buns. You guys ever seen like the thin buns at the grocery store? And I, believe it or not, because you guys know I don't cook, but I made myself grilled cheese and tomato soup earlier this week. And I made the grilled cheese. Felt like I needed some comfort food. I turned the buns inside out. So the inside was on the outside, so they grilled really well. Let's see. Yeah, it is a fine tip that you can't squish like the microns. Yeah, I know what you mean by the microns. So, and I write pretty hard. I don't know. I don't know how often I go through. I probably go through a new one every couple of months just because eventually that nib, just kind of works its way down. All right. I know this is probably like watching paint dry, you guys, me just telling you what I did, but it's part of what we do here. It's part of the list. I know that's not a great word, got caught up on emails for the week. I was so behind after being sick all week. Usually I can work through a lot, and usually I just have to work through a lot, but this sick this week, there was no way. I didn't get out of bed. So, even being able to like think through emails, it was like, that's really not going to happen. So I was a little behind on those, so got caught up on emails. Next up, so I spent 2 hours getting ready for our List with Me live Saturday creative listing session. And sending out the email for it. It's usually about 2 to 3 hours. And that is doing the flat lay, photographing it, editing it, getting the YouTube set up, coming up with the list topics, writing the blog post, figure out what product I want to use, and figure out what's on my list. And then it is, probably another hour and a half to 2 hours. Usually it's the morning of, like today. continuing to get ready and printing out photos and really kind of drilling down into what I want to do and what I'm going to use and stuff. So that's always a little bit. Always a little bit. Now that guy, he's not good there, so we probably put this little guy over there too, just to fill in some space because it's kind of empty there. All right. Then we, Nick and I left the house at 5 o'clock to pick up Bill and Linda. That's a friend of Nick's that he golfs with, and his wife. Then headed downtown Salt Lake to have yummy dinner at a new restaurant for us called, where is it? Chili Teppan. Chili-Teppan, which was Mexican food, which was very yummy. And a margarita. God love a margarita. Then we're gonna put this guy right here just to fill in the space. And then we'll put this guy in right here. So then from there we walked a few blocks to the Delta Center for the Utah Mammoth hockey game. And they lost. So, I don't have any more room, but then we dropped them off and we came home and went to bed and it was late. And then, now no longer this day, but then yesterday, I discovered that after being sick all week, I way overdid it. Way overdid it on Thursday. Because, that was the first day I felt really good. And I way overdid it. So, again, yesterday I spent, poor Amy. We had just a product development phone call. And I spent probably the whole hour and a half coughing up a lung. And I kept saying, I'm so sorry. And I would just put it on mute. And she'd be talking. I don't even know at one point if she knew I was on mute. Because it was so bad. I was coughing so hard. And then I just unmute, and, But you do what you gotta do. I didn't feel bad, but I was exhausted. It's so interesting how coughing can really take it out of you, right? All right, and so that is our second list. Now, I am looking for, okay, here's this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pick these things up, but let's talk about our second live giveaway because I have another live giveaway. And if you are new here, first of all, welcome to you. But if you are new here and you don't know how the live giveaways work, they happen in the chat, all right? So you got to be chatting. They happen in the chat, and I will put everything away. When I'm done putting everything away, before we move on to our next list, I will stop, and I will roll my finger up in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins. So the second live giveaway is for the stamps that I just used, and not the actual one I used. You could get a new one. But it is for the month by month November stamp set. All right, so chat away while I am putting things away. And if you asked a question or a comment during the chat when the live giveaway happens, I will not see it. It goes by way too fast and I am not paying attention because I'm putting things away. So if there is a comment or a question you have that you would like me to see, please hold off on writing that until I draw the giveaway and then writing it. Then type it in once that's done. And sometimes if you type it in all uppercase, then it's way easier for me to see, okay? And then at the end there, because I was doing so much writing for that list, same. If you left a comment or had a question, and I missed it, please wait till that giveaway is over. And once that giveaway is done, then please go ahead and ask it again, because I don't want to miss it. And if Amy is around, sometimes she catches them and we'll see an answer for you, but just know it's not you. If I ignored you, I'm not ignoring you, it's me. It's not you, it's me, right? It's like we broke up and I'm telling you we broke up and I say, it's not you, it's me. All right, and you know when you're on to the end of that, you're like, well, yeah, whatever. We all know what that's like secret speak for. It's not you, it's me. I'm trying to be nice to you, but I don't want to be with you anymore. All right, so we'll get that put away. I'm so excited to use, I don't want to put this away because I'm using one more of those in our next list. I am very excited to start using those stamp sets. When I talk about the great team, and there are 5 of us, me, Lily, and Denise, that do all the picking and packing of orders, and Amy, who does, oh my gosh, so many things, but really helps to keep everything together, and a lot of product sourcing and communicating and things like that, and then graphic designer, and graphic designer gets me, just gets me. So these are all her stamps, all her ideas, which just love the stamp set so much. It's very neat. It's just very neat. All right, which makes me happy, right? All right, and I think they're super versatile too. Okay, am I picked up? Let me grab, before we move on, let me grab the things that I want for our next list, and then we'll be ready to get going here. We need the die cut machine and the plates, and oh my gosh, so this is funny. So usually I try to clean up after we get together. Last Saturday I did not because I wasn't feeling 100%, and then things went downhill from there. So the mess is still in this room from last Saturday and 7 years. It's pretty bad, huh, Sam?
It getting a lot worse at the old house.
Is that a new bracelet? The metal one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that. That's really nice. Let me see that. I might have stolen that. Let me see it. I'd like to see it really quick. Okay.
Papa John got it for Grammy. Well, which bracelet?
This one.
Yeah, Papa John
Take
got
it
that
off.
one for Grammy.
I want to see it. Oh, your poor hands.
Yeah, I need to go to the dermatologist.
Look
again.
at that. Isn't that nice? Sam's very into silver jewelry. My mom, it was my mom's. Well, my mom is still around, but she gave that to Sam. Where's Mom? I need to tell Mom, why didn't I get that? I might have to borrow it sometimes, okay? Yes.
That's mine.
No, I take seniority. I have seniority.
You're not,
I have seniority over you.
Sam has a bracelet that you want to wear?
Yes. He does. All right, friends. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Total sidetrack.
Granny gave it to me.
Let me have
Also,
another sip.
You've seen this one.
Yes, that's beautiful.
Grammy gave me this and
Yeah.
then that pendant.
They're
also.
beautiful. I know.
Bye, Reggie.
I know. Bracelets are easy, right? Okay. Look, you guys, I'm so proud of me. Look at it. That's all the tea. I'm almost done with all my tea. That's good.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. All right. Grammys are the best. I know, right? Sam has good taste, and now he's hiding the bracelet from Mom. I know, right? Well, I'll figure out how to get it somehow. I'll just go tell my mom she's got to take it back and give it to me. Were you kidding? She would never do that. Okay, so let me draw our winner. Our winner for the November month-by-month stamp set is Janaea 1976. Janaea 1976. Congratulations, Janaea, if that's your name. Janaea 1976. You win a November month-by-month stamp set. So please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com in the subject line. Please put winner November. If you put winner November, I'll know what that is. And in the body of the email, please put your mailing address and the team will get that shipped to you next week. Hooray! Congratulations. Now, if you didn't win, don't be sad. If you're not Janaea or, Amanda Lerp, I think. Was that her name? Amanda? Something Lerp. I can't read my writing. Don't be sad because I will do one more giveaway that'll happen after party. So you can, comment on the video when it's over, and that will be for that Thankful stamp set and the Grateful traveler notebook insert. Or you can buy them. All right. Our last list is an in the news. So let's talk about in the news. In the news, pardon me. In the news is a list. Well, I actually started doing in the news during the pandemic, the exact same time I started doing About Last Month. Because during the pandemic, About Last Month, there really wasn't a lot that was happening. So I had enough room in my About Last Month to not only kind of list what I was doing during the month, but also list what was happening in the news. And then as things started opening back up again, I didn't really have enough room any longer to fit About Last Month for me and in the news on the same list. So separated them. So we've been doing in the news probably for the last 4 years. There's something really important when we do this list that I always like to mention. And that is, oh my gosh, we just all of a sudden lost a ton of people. I don't know what happened. Here's the thing about in the news. Maybe they didn't win and they thought, I'm out of here. Here's the thing about in the news. When we do an in the news list, it is very much just the facts. I commit to only saying the facts that are on my list. Like one of the things that is on my list for in the news for the month of October is that there was a robbery at the Louvre in Paris. All right, that is the facts. That is the fact. I do not give my feelings about that. I don't talk about whether that was good or bad. I just say that is what happened. I know, and guess what? Then we just lost a whole bunch more all of a sudden, like 10% more. That is so. Oh my gosh. Okay, and something weird's happening because now all of a sudden we just dropped like half in probably 5 minutes. So I don't know. Maybe people don't want to talk about the news. But here's the thing: when it comes to that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen happen. Come back. If when we do this list, I commit, I only talk about the facts. And then I ask you guys also to do the same. So I think maybe there's a glitch or something. That's just so weird. And they keep going. Weird. Then the other thing is in the chat, I ask that we not talk about the news. Now, if I say, hey, are you doing it in the news list and what is on your list? You could say, on my list is there was a robbery at the Louvre. And then you say nothing else beyond that. All right. That's really important to me because, and I know it's important to probably pretty much everybody here. You don't come here to get into arguments or disagreements about, oh, now they're back up again. They're getting back up. So weird. We're not talking about, what we feel about what's happening in politics or the world. We're just here to have fun and be creative, right? Okay. That's our deal. Thank you, sweetie. Love you. Oh, you're going to squeeze the stuffing out of me. Thank you. Fun to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. All right.
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
Do you want me to crack this?
Yeah, please. Thank you. All right. Just got to be a mom there for a sec. So that's the plan. That is the plan. That's what we're doing. We're doing in the news for the month of October. That is a list that I like to do once a month. And obviously we need to wait till a month is over until we can do the new month. At least that's what I do. So this will be a 2-page list as well. And I'm going to use 2 different stamp sets for this. Number 1 is, I thought I just had those out. Oh, I did. Number 1 is, I'm actually using 3 different stamp sets for this. I'm going to use part of this one, and this is the original in the news. It's called List Builder in the News. This was the very first in the news stamp set, and it was, oh my gosh, I bet it's been 3 or 4 years since this one came out. Next up, hello, MD. That's Tiu. Hi, Tiu. Nice to see you. I can tell by your name. Nice to see you, friend. And then I will also be using in the news 2. And then I will be using this. My thought is I would use this 11 November. So another way that I'll be using one of these stamp sets for month to month. So I will be, let me think about this for a minute. Let me look at my little sketch here. There's not much going on my sketch. Here's my title with something and then some other things over here. What I need to decide first is whether I will be, I think I need to use some pattern paper here. So, in the news list are kind of, I always struggle with them a little bit because I'm like, I would like to use some pattern paper, but then I don't want to use flowers because it's news. Or Zen Girls, in the news one is not retiring. Nope. These still are being used quite a bit. So that neither of those are retiring. So let me just look. Let's see. I need something. Usually what I do, This is usually when I turn to my dear friend Vicki Booten and pull something out of one of her collections, because I can usually pull something out that is not too flowery or too patterned that would work for in the news. So let me look. I just pulled out Flower Emporium, and I know that may sound weird because it's going to look like it's got a lot of flowers on it, but where? Oh goodness. All right. So let me look here. I'm pulling out some paper. Now, it's interesting. Where would the 6x8 pad for that be? I think it's probably still out here somewhere from when I worked on it last and didn't put it away. Well, I'm not going to take the time to look for it. We'll just end up cutting down 12x12. Isn't that weird? It's not where it belongs. All right, so we know we need to cut apart something. Let's start with this. Let's start looking at the paper pad. So I need a really plain, I need a background and another background. I need a background and another background. So, you know what I wonder? What if this might work for something? Got to think about what my brain is thinking. You know, this is the back side of that. So what if, pardon me, let me keep looking. Oh, this could work. Maybe this with that? Let's go to this. Let's go to this, because if I do this, sorry, if I use this over here and maybe this over here, I could write my list on this. Normally I don't do that. I think that's what we're gonna do. So this is from the Flower Emporium 12x12 paper pad. That's what I'm going with there. I know there's something newspapery looking too, which is usually what I end up doing is using something newspaper looking. All right, that's not perforated. So let's do, now maybe, let's just try. We might leave this on top. So normally I would trim my pattern paper. No, we're going to trim to 4 3/4 still. 4 3/4 wide by 8 inches tall. I just don't know whether I want that top on there. Let's just keep it. Why not? It'll just have a little bit more visual interest for us. Like that. So that's going to be my left page, and I will actually do my list on that. Then over here, this is what I would like to have on the right page. So we know we need this to also be 4 3/4 tall. I don't ask me why I keep doing that. I just have 2 of those on here, and I need to take one off. By 8. Like that. Will go on this side. So this list I'm going to work off the page because I've got 2 bases here, right? Now, I have another idea. I will be stamping the typewriter. So stamping the typewriter will be a pocket. So I'm going to stamp it and die cut it out. And then I will have, my plan is to have 3 levels of photos in that pocket. So when we talk about in the pocket kind of stamps and dies, the library, or excuse me, the typewriter, hello, that's what that is. The typewriter's really the very first pocket that came into being. So what I'm thinking is, instead of, you know what I'm going to do really quickly, friends? Let me just, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to blow my nose very quickly, all right? And I don't want to do it right here, so I'm just going to walk in the other room and blow my nose, and then I will be right back. Okay, thank you. Oh, that feels much better. I was starting to be too sniffly, and I'm sure that was getting annoying. I will tell you though, one of these days we will do an updated version of things I hate list. And there are two things that would be on the top of that list. Well, there'd be a lot of things. I really don't like belligerent and rude people. I really hate green peas, and I really hate blowing my nose. I hate it with a passion, but it's a necessary evil. All right, so back to the task at hand. What I'm thinking I would like to do, I need to stamp this typewriter stamp on a a separate piece of pattern paper, because then I'm going to use the typewriter die to cut it out. Oh no, wait, what am I thinking? Yes, I'm still going to do that because it's going to be a pocket, sorry. This is not really a pocket, I'm turning it into a pocket. But I think it might be kind of fun to put that, stamp it on here and put that on that, and then it will look like it's part of it, but then it goes in it. You know what I mean? I know, you're trekking with me, we got it. All right, so let's get out our large, not so large. Well, we'll get a large, not an extra large stamp set. Or, golly, my brain is not functioning. Stamping block. All right, there we go. Now we are going to stamp that in black ink, and I'll still, even though it's not directly on my project, but it really is, I will still test that first. Because it's just always a good idea to test first. Always, always. You're never going to regret spending the extra 2 minutes and test stamping, right? It's really, I promise. But you will regret not test stamping and then having something go wrong. I would tell you probably what I see the most when I use this stamp is that, oh, it's so good, right? Look at just so nice and crisp. That I have failed to adequately cover the entire stamp with black ink. And so maybe like in the center or something, I didn't quite get it. And then when I test stamp, I go, oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to fix that. All right, that will be good. I like that. We'll get kind of part of that in there because that's kind of fun right there. Nice, even stamped impression, especially kind of in that center area. Anytime you have a stamp that is larger, you want to make sure that you really get all parts kind of, pressed down. Ta-da! That's an oldie but a goodie, I tell you. It's an oldie but a goodie. Hello, Scrapbook Sister. Yeah, Flower Emporium is beautiful. It is so pretty. I haven't used enough of it. Shelly, yes, thank you. I am feeling better. Oh my gosh, so much better than, even Wednesday. Much, much better. I just still have nasty cough, which has actually cooperated with us quite well today. I was a little bit worried. This morning, again, it was probably about a good 2 hours that I'm surprised I have any lungs at all anymore after that, honestly. I felt like I coughed it, they were gone. Felt like I had no lungs, they were gone. All right, where'd that stamp set go? But thank you for asking. You guys are so sweet. I appreciate you caring for me. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to use the metal die. So there is a typewriter metal die that cuts out that, stamp. And I store them all together. So my metal dies are stored in, or my metal die is stored in with that. So what I'm going to do, and we'll just do kind of a quick little die cutting 101 here. So this machine that I use is an Anna Griffin Empress Mini. So it's a very small, it is very narrow, I should say narrow. It's not necessarily small, weighs about 8 pounds die cutting machine. This one is electric. So it does all the work for me. Now, die cutting machines are pretty much all the same. They all do the same thing. And what they do is they take a sandwich of plates. Here's my sandwich of plates. And they take a piece of metal and they cut something out of a piece of paper. That's basically what we're doing here. What all die cutting machines have in common is that there are really heavy rollers inside that you're either manually rolling your plates through, or if it's electric, This machine pulls your plates through those rollers, applies an incredible amount of pressure with those heavy weight rollers, and it ends up cutting. The die cuts through whatever you're trying to cut through, all right? So as we work with that, I have my sandwich. So we are going back to 3rd grade when I was out of school in the summertime, and I would make a bologna sandwich for lunch, okay? So I'd start with my Wonder Bread because, you know, I had to have the Wonder Bread because I liked the Wonder Bread back then. My bottom plate is my bread, right? And then on top of that, I put the bologna. The bologna in this case is my cutting mat. This is a magnetic cutting mat that comes with that machine, the magnetic cutting mat. And then I am going to put my stamped image that I would like to die cut out. This is going to be my Kraft Singles slice of cheese, right? Because if it was bologna and Wonder Bread, you better believe there was a Kraft Singles slice of cheese. And actually, this is a little bit too wide. Let me just cut that off. So that is going next. And basically, I'm just making all the layers of my sandwich. Now, for the sake of our example, my die is going to be lettuce, but you should not be fooled. I never put lettuce in 3rd grade on my bologna sandwich, but we need another layer. So it's lettuce or Miracle Whip because that's what I liked then. Blah. All right, so I'm going to lay my plate or my lettuce on top of my sandwich. And there we go. So I put that with the raised side, excuse me, the raised size down, and that is what is going to cut it. So put that down there, and it just fits nice and tight all around it. And then I put in my top plate, which is my 2nd piece of Wonder Bread. Right? So I turned my machine on. I'm going to insert those plates into that little area right there. And if this was a manual machine, I would hand crank and it would pull it through, but it's electric. So I press run. And it just pulls that right through. You may have been able to hear that little click. That click was when it was coming out the back end, and so now it has moved beyond that plate. And that is now cut. So there is my nice, beautiful typewriter. My stamped typewriter that has now been cut for me. So I have lots of Lael by Mail magnetic dies now, but it's interesting. I was talking to somebody at an event I was teaching at, Andrea, a couple of weeks ago, and she was saying, you know, I don't die cut. I don't want to get into another thing with another stuff and all that. And I said, Andrea, and I've known her for a long time, I said, you know, it's interesting you say that because I did not do any kind of die cutting for a long time because it wasn't me. It never worked in with the way that I craft. It just wasn't me. Now, when Amy started working with me, she really started pushing heavy. She's like, Lael, I really think we should need to be doing metal dies. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to. They're not me. And she's like, no, seriously, let's talk about it. And we did, and she helped me to see the light. But she helped me to see the light in a way where metal dies work for me. So sometimes you'll see these elaborate metal die sets with all the different flowers to the petal, and you've got to cut them out a whole bunch of times with a whole bunch of different pattern paper, and they're beautiful. People end up with these beautiful, amazing paper pieces, but that's just not me. So a lot of times, what you'll see me do with my dies is something like that, where we're making a pocket, or like we did over here when we did last week, the currently list, where I stamped and then die cut out that tile, just to kind of help things pop a little bit. So that is a quick rundown on metal dies and how to use them and what I use them for. That machine, this is another Amy again. She's so good. She kept saying to me, Lael, you know, I really think you should start carrying those die cut machines. And I'm like, you know, I don't want to do that, Amy. They're, you know, they're expensive. They're not inexpensive. And that's inventory that I may hold on to for a while. And I don't know if that makes sense. And eventually she convinced me to, and now it's something that I carry all the time because you guys really love them and enjoy them. So I do carry that machine on my website. All right, so this is going to be a pocket. And my thought is my In the News photos will slide into the pocket. All right, so this is a standard 4x6 photo. So I'm gonna need to, that's a 4x6 photo paper. And I just printed a 4x4 on there. So we're going to just kind of see, I may need to narrow some of these down because they will be maybe a little bit too wide. Even though this piece is at its widest point is 4 inches. If I'm making this a pocket, I will need to trim them down a little bit. I'm going to lose a little bit of width because I need to adhere that to my base in order to make it a pocket, right? So I'm going to come in with really narrow. Oh, good. All of our people are back. That was so weird. Literally, we lost about half the people. That was just bizarre. So I'm glad you're back if you left for whatever reason. I am using 1/8 inch score tape. So really narrow, right? Because really, I don't want to lose a lot of that width. So I am just putting it down at the bottom because it's a pocket. I need to make sure things don't fall out. And then just a little tiny bit right there along that side. I don't even have to go all the way up to the top. I just need enough that will hold things in it. All right, so let's do that. And when I do this, you may have noticed when I used the score tape on our first list, I have only pulled back a little bit of that backing. I've only revealed a little bit of the sticky. The reason for that is the nice thing about double-sided score tape is that it's really sticky. The thing that's a pain about double-sided score tape is that it is also really sticky, meaning you basically have one shot to get it straight. And if it's not straight, oh well, it's down. And because it's so sticky, you can't really pick it back up again. So if I only reveal a little bit of the sticky and I have all of that kind of release paper still on there, it gives me a little bit of wiggle room. So I can literally move this guy around until wherever I want it. I am going to line up the little squares. What I mean by little squares is I'm lining up the grid on the paper here and on the paper there. So literally, it's kind of like, wait, that's magic. Everything lines up. It looks like it's the exact same thing, but it's really 2 pieces. All right, so there we go. There we go. And there we go. I now have a pocket. Now, before we get too much further, I don't know, that may end up really bothering me there, but I know what I can do. Maybe. Let's see. I can, all right. See, I kind of have 2 problems here. One is that I already stuck this down. And if I try to lift it back up to then put a black stripe like that under there, that's not going to work very well. But what I can do is this. I can take this little piece that I have right here, and I really don't need to go under the typewriter, right? Because we wouldn't see it. What I can do is cut this in half like this little piece, and I can this one won't go all the way to the top like that one, it kind of can't. But if I can just get a little tiny bit up here, hang on. Just a little tiny bit like that. No one will never know. And then that will at least help it look like I've got a little bit of consistency from one side of the page to the other, or one side of the spread to the other. I actually don't even need both of those pieces. So that's a little trick. If you only have so much of something that you want to use as an accent, then just cut it like that. A lot of times I'll do something like that with a product strip. So if you've got some of the 12 by 12 papers that we work with have product strips on the top, right? Little pattern on the top. So that is something that you could do. You know, just take part of your product strip and do that too. Okay. Pick that up and put that little piece right there. Is it pretty even? No, this should go way down more. All right, there we go. So it's not quite, but at least it helps to kind of bring it all together a little bit more, right? And the next thing I'll do to bring it together a little bit more is to take my my Sharpie, my black pen, and do this. Outline. That outline for me is, I don't know, things just look naked. They look naked and afraid if I don't do that, right? So it just looks too weird to me. I don't know. In all of my paper crafting, I've probably been doing that for the last, I don't know, at least 20 years. All right, so there we go. There's the left and the right. Now, we'll come back to the photos in a minute. My title. I am going to use this one. That kind of stacked news for part of my title. And then my thought is to also use, let me just kind of line this up here to see what it's going to look like. Put it there. I think I want that to go, no, maybe this goes here. I don't know. Now that I think about it, that probably needs to go to here because that will be really solid. And then going back to the month by month stamp set, that went right here. I thought this one might be around the same height, that 11. Okay, so it is not the same height. So if I did this, and then I think I'm going to put something right underneath it. A little short word I think will need to go underneath it. And I do have some short word strip stamps. Wow, here's the story, significant, no way, seriously, latest news, breaking news, just the facts. Because it's not quite tall enough, right? So I think we'll do that. And then that will end up with kind of a little stack right there. Oh, okay, I just had an idea. I'm going to create a grid. And we'll use a grid because then that will make it look like it was a little bit more intentional. So let's do this. Let's have, I think that'll be our mark right there. Let's go from there to there. Ooh, we need to go a little bit taller. Oh well, that's fine. I might have to make that a little bit wider. That fits there. Oh, I think we need to still go a little bit taller. Maybe we'll go shorter. Let's go shorter. Not shorter, taller. Sorry. You know what I mean by the bottom. Golly, that was a mouthful. Okay, so then we just need to make that a little bit thicker. Then I'll just color that in, just so we don't see all those starts and stops where my line was. All right, so that will go right here. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp these things and then I'll do the next line. There'll be a little line right under here that has my little word strip. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to use black. We're going to use black. I've missed all kinds of things. Let me look in the chat and just see if I've missed something. Oh, I love it. Laura, Rosie Posey Studio said she loves the dies I've had it. I've added. I'm so glad, Laura. Thank you. And Wanda, I totally get it. Wanda said, I just don't want to start a new craft. I don't have enough room as it is, right? And you know what? that's really smart. Sometimes we have to really kind of take a step back and look at what we want to do, what we have to do, and what we have time for, right? Sometimes we get really caught up in the, oh, it's new, oh, that's what everyone's doing, oh, I want to do that. And sometimes it's not the best thing for us. So I like that you're thinking that way, Rhonda. I mean, not Rhonda, Wanda. Okay, let's do this. We're going to do news. This one, I just always love this one. It's just a nice, really bold, solid, kind of in your face. We'll go right here. Okay. Re-ink that again. I'm going to get it all nice and inky, nice and black and solid. Okay, we come over here and it is going to go right here. Right there. Yes, Amy is an enabler. Absolutely. Shannon loves the typewriter. I love that you love the typewriter. Heather just got one from me recently, one of the Anna Griffin Empress Minis. It's a fantastic little machine. And I love what Laura suggested. She said, in response to Wanda, she said, doesn't mind fussy cutting, right? Sometimes when you're cramped for space, you can get the same look. Like if Wanda loves the typewriter, but she doesn't want to have to, start die cutting things, she can just get out her fussy cutting scissors and make a nice, just cut around it. Totally. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Next, we're going to clean this off though, right? Good idea to clean it off, especially your black. Always a good idea to get your black cleaned off right away, just because black. And here's the thing, you need to clean it for sure, but sometimes you don't need to clean it, get all of the color off, if that makes any sense. But black will dry, and then sometimes you have to use a lot of elbow grease to get it to come off. You know what I mean by elbow grease, not real grease. Don't grease your stamps. All right, now we're gonna do our 11 November. And we'll grab another, did it work on this little guy? It did. My little small circle here. And this will go up towards the top. Okay. Now, one of the nice things about doing your test stamping first is that when you're doing kind of a multi-process stamp like this, where I'm going to have 3 together, I can then look at it right next to it and be like, okay, am I going to like that? I think I am. But you can kind of put one next to the other and get a feel for how they might look together. Although that was a little hard because there's a lot of stuff I'm stamping on top of. Okay. This guy will now go right here. It's nice that I have these lines on this paper, that grid, because it helps me to line up. I know where that one started on that line, and this one can start, on the same line, so everything looks kind of symmetrical. Now I need let's clean that one off, and then I'll do my little word under there. Because it just wasn't, it's so close in height, but it would really bug me, I think, it might be fine with you, but for me, it would just bug me that was shorter than that. So, another nice thing about this particular style that's across all the month by months is that you could color them in, right? If I wanted that to be really bold, I could also color that in with black ink or a different color ink or colored pencil. All right, so now I feel like we should add our little cross line here, but it is not going to touch. It is just going to go adjacent to, perpendicular to, I guess I should say. It's going to be perpendicular to. We're just going to go like that. And then I think we'll just go like that. Oh yes, that's going to be fun, little grid. I like that grid. We're working on some grid stuff right now in Stamp Set. All right, news. Here's the story. Here's the story. So actually, here's the story. Looks like it would work very well because then it is the width of that. So let's see what we think there. And we can test that over here, kind of. Well, I guess we can. This is an example, a stamp like this. When I say sometimes you want to test how much pressure that you need to apply. So I'll show you that right here. I will press lightly. And then I'm going to very much over exaggerate this and press really hard. And sometimes this is what I see people do. And you wonder what happened. So the top one, I barely pressed. This particular stamp, it's pretty fine, right? So you don't need to apply a lot of pressure. And then that next one, I really, really, really applied a lot of pressure. And that's what happens when you apply too much pressure. You end up blurring. You're pressing the material, the polymer down, and so all your letters in that case were super blurry. And I mean, it still works. You can still see it says here's the story, but testing first. Those are the kind of things that you can learn. I would much rather learn on a little piece of scratch paper than on my project and go, oh shoot, I pressed too hard. I'd say that's probably one of the biggest things I see people do is you think you need to apply way more pressure than you need to on a lot of stamps. Here's the story. All right, so there's my little grid. My little grid. Now, before we get too much further here, this whole page is going to end up, the photos are going to be there and everything, so it's going to be fine. I'm not going to be worried about decorating that. I won't need to do any decorating because all the photos will do that for me. But over here, I need something because if I just write on there, it's going to be really plain. So what I thought I would use, I pulled this guy out. This is the Extraordinary Things sticker book. So I have 2 of these, other books. They're kind of art books. They're not sticker books. They are on the website, and they're these 2. Extraordinary Things to cut out and collage, and then even more extraordinary things to cut out and collage. And then they came out with Extraordinary Things sticker book. So these you just have to cut out, right? You fussy cut out or, do whatever. These are stickers. So I am going to add a sticker from here. Now, I saw something earlier that I thought would be kind of fun, and we'll see. I'm going to start in the back and look. So lots of butterflies, shells. I mean, there's so many different coral and sea animals and all different kinds of things. So if you like to collage or you wanted to kind of start doing collage, these are really fun, the sticker books and the those, just regular books. But I'm looking for, I've been using kind of things from either those books or the sticker books for some of my in the news lists recently. Food, there's all kinds of fun things. Space things. But I think what I'm going to end up with is the one that I saw this morning that I thought would be kind of fun to incorporate. This one is very interesting. And I'm drawn to it more for the color. But there's another one that I saw earlier that I think will be really fun for it. So I am going to grab this one. All right, and that really has nothing to do with the news, right? I mean, I don't know. Nothing to do with the news as far as I'm concerned. But it is, I think it will make a fun, just a nice, fun little added pop of color here. Well, pop of color, it's black and white. So that is going to go right there. And actually that background of that kind of yellowish color works in there. And it also works in over here too. So what we've just done by adding something there, and your something can be whatever it wants to be, right? But we've just created another virtual triangle. Visual triangle, not virtual. I guess it's virtual. Visual triangle. We're virtually together, so it's a virtual visual triangle. But what we've done here, we had all of this going on up here and up here. And although it looked balanced, right? We had top and bottom. We were missing a piece, and that piece is the rest of the triangle. So now we've gone here to here, over to here. That's our visual triangle, and our eye is drawn to that because that is visually pleasing. Whether subconsciously or consciously you recognize that. That's kind of the whole concept behind a visual triangle. All right, so now we're going to move back to our photos. For my photos, I have printed out series of photos from my my printer, which is the Epson PictureMate PM400. That printer is the printer I use for at 99, 95, let's say 95, 95% of all my printing. The printer prints 3.5 by 5s, 4 by 6s, and 5 by 7s. So you can see that is a 5 by 7 print. Oh my goodness, Amy. All right, guess what I just saw? And Paula. Paula and Amy. You guys didn't scream loud enough. And someone else probably said this to me a long time ago. Yes, I am doing it for October. So guess what? Nobody panic. This is a really easy fix. Guess what we're going to do? We are going to take this little piece of paper and we are going to, this was actually a really good, I like it when I make mistakes like that because it gives us an opportunity to show what we would do to fix them. And this is what I would do to fix it. I'm putting November away. I'm grabbing out October. And I am going to re-stamp October on this guy. And then all I'm, pardon me, all I am going to do is then re-stamp it on here, cut it out, and I'll put it right over that. No one will ever know. It'll be our little secret. No one's gonna know. They're gonna know. No one's gonna know. Now, I have not used this. I haven't used October yet. So very quickly, I am just going to do that one little stamp. I won't do them all. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, this would not have made any sense because this is for the month of October. I'm not doing in the news yet for the month of November because November has not finished yet. Diane, patiently waiting. You knew I would see it. Or I could say I did it on purpose, number one, because I wanted to make sure people were paying attention to see who would catch me. Not really. Or I could say number two, I wanted to do a mistake on purpose so I could show you how easily it is to fix a mistake when you're stamping. And really, neither of those were the case. But we can now take it as a learning opportunity and show how, an idea on how you could fix that if you did that and realized. And here's the other thing. Sometimes I have done something like that where I've stamped a letter backwards and basically just written, oops, which I could do there, but I won't. All right, so now let's get October on there. And what I can do, because watch this. I don't want that color part up at the top. So I can come in here and I can see that that line starts right there is with that line. And then just stamp right on there and cut it out and put it right over just that little part. And honestly, no one's going to be the wiser. It's our little secret. No, I didn't test that yet, so let me test that really quick. Okay. I gotta be careful there, it's a little bit off. All right, so we'll come right here and we'll have it be really close to the top. Might be crooked. Yeah, that will, I don't want it crooked, so I'm gonna fix that. Jeez Louise, Leo. Maybe I can just do it right here. Maybe. It's because I can't see. Oh, here. I couldn't see the top, so we're gonna cheat. We're gonna turn this sideways, and then I will be able to see the top if I stamp sideways like this. So I can make sure I'm straight. Then I'm off the edge. Gosh dang it, Leo. We're gonna fix it, friends. Don't worry. I'm not worried. Are you? Okay. Third time is the charm. Well, I guess this is really the fourth time because I stamped November the first time. All right. So now what we're going to do is we need to be right below this line. Okay, and then we will go right here. And then we will go right above this line. And then we'll go right over here. And we're going to get our tape runner. Actually, I probably would like to use let's use a little bit of tape runner and then, well, let me see. I want to try to get right to that edge if I can. And then we'll come in and, whoopsie, because I don't want it to lift, so we'll use that little guy just right along there. And we will use our tweezers to place this because that will let us be much more precise than with our fingers. And we will line that up in the exact place. Yep, I guess that's where it is, right? There. And voila. No one is any the wiser, right? Yay! Thank you for letting me make that mistake and then showing you how to fix it. Let's take a quick hydration break before we continue. Carolyn, thank you. She said, you are a wonderful teacher, making lemonade from that lemon. Well, I have to, right? I have to. We can't freak out. It happens. So, and that actually, and I joke about, oh, I did that on purpose. No, obviously I didn't. However, that is, for people that are afraid to stamp, if you're afraid to stamp and you're like, what if I just did all that work and I mess up? Then guess what? You can fix it, right? You can fix it. It's not the end of the world. You can totally fix it. Or I could have stamped that whole part again. Now, that would have been a little bit harder to do because of the yellow there, but I always say, you could start over, but life's really short. We don't have time to start over. So figure out how to make it work. Figure out a solution. All right. So now we're back to where we started, where we were talking about our photos. And we were talking about the printer I use, the Epson PictureMate PM400. And it prints 4x6s, 5x7s, and 3.5x5s. So 5x7, 4x6s. Now, one of the really cool things about that printer is the app that goes with it. There's a free app, and as long as you have any Epson printer, it works with the app. And it is called the Epson Creative Print app. The Epson Creative Print does a lot of things. One of the things I use it the most for is that you can work with the pre-configured templates. So pre-configured template, this was a pre-configured template. Really the pre-configured template had space for photos right there as well. I just didn't print anything there. So this one I picked was 3 across, 3 down. This one I picked was 2 across, 2 down. These are templates that already exist on there. These both, because I wasn't sure which one I would want to use, we'll see. This is a template with a 4x4 up here and roughly a 2x4 down here. I just didn't print anything there. So you can come up with different sizes of photos very easily without having to have a special printer. Sometimes I will use like this, but other times if I want small photos, I just come in and cut those little guys out and I have 4 small photos. Or in here, I cut these little guys out and I have 6 small photos. So I can't remember if I said it or not. There is another free class. There's a whole plethora of free classes here on my website, or on my website or here on YouTube, where I walk you through all the kind of ins and outs of using that printer to do some really cool things like that. So my thought is I'm going to have 3 layers of photos. So there'll be kind of one here, and then one here, and then one up here. And they will all each individually pull out of the pocket. Now, I printed both of these because I wasn't sure which one I would want to use. Now that I see these, they both basically are the same thing. In October, starting on October 1st of 2025, the U.S. government shut down. Ran out of money, shut down. And that's a fact, right? That's a fact. Indisputable fact. We won't talk about what or why or how or who's to blame. That's just what happened. So I am going to, now that I see it, I'm going to use this one because there's a little bit of pink over here. It kind of pulls that in. And there's a little bit of pink down here and it kind of pulls the pink in. So I already know I need to thin it out. This is not quite 4 inches because this is a 4x6. You can choose to print white border in that app or not. I used white border. It'll end up cutting it off. So this photo is about 3 3/4. So let's start out if I narrow it down just from that white border and see what we end up with. I have a feeling we will probably have to make it a little bit narrower, but we'll see. And for now, Diane, things to let go of. Ooh, you know what, Diane? I don't know if we've done a things to let go of list. Let me do this. Let me go to my list ideas section of the idea book. And this is Diane McNabb, things to let go of. I always, when someone gives a list suggestion like that, I always like to log who said it, so that when we do it, I can say, oh, this Diane gave us this list suggestion. Oh my gosh, I just need to take that one off. If you guys have list suggestions, I would love them. Remember, I said, we've done more than 500 creative lists. So I'm always looking for new list topics. Okay, so what I thought, I haven't cut off this bottom part yet. Yeah, we're still gonna have to thin that out of it. I think we'll just get rid of most of that right there, and then most of that on this other side. But I've left the bottom because I thought, you know what, part of this bottom might need to stick in the pocket. We gotta still make this a little bit thinner. And you notice I'm cutting off of both edges so it just stays even. All right, now we're gonna cut off some of that, but not all. Because what I think is if this sticks like that, then I'll have one sticking out, and then this is next. So this will be a little bit higher, and then this one will be next, and it will be the highest or tallest. And then I'm going to add something so that you can easily see and pull out all 3 of those photos. All right, so this one we know. What did we end up with here? This ended up being about 2 before 3.5. That's math. 2 before 3.5. Let's see if we're there yet. Not quite. We're gonna have to cut. Oh, we're gonna have to cut a little bit of Jane off. And part of Jane is already cut off. That's Jane Goodall. Let's see. Are we there yet? Ooh, we're not. 2 before. Really? 2 before 3.5? Yikes, we've got to go way more. So we're going to have to actually come and take part of Taylor off. We have room for the Louvre. Part of Taylor's come off. All right. So will that fit in now? That will work enough. All right. So more of Taylor's going to have to come off. That's Taylor Swift. There we go. Now she's good. All right. There's our second layer. Now we need, and actually I think I'll cut off this top white part because, yeah. It's our second layer of photos. Then we have this one. So this one I'm not really too worried about because actually with my white there, it will still fit. That looks like it's about the width I need it to be. And that one will go in there with angry Prince William poking out the top. He looks angry. All right. So there we go. There are my 3 layers, but it's kind of hard to see that there are 3 layers in there. So what I thought I would do, I thought I would grab out the tabs stamp set. So my back is to you for a minute, so hang on while I locate it in all of my stamps back here. The tabs stamp set. So, okay, Lael, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Sorry, we need like the Jeopardy music to go now, right? The Jeopardy music to go now as, okay. As I'm looking, oh, here it is, that's right, because, now I remember. It is a 4x4 stamp set. I was looking in the 4x4 section, but it's actually in a 4x6 because of the dies on the back. So I am going to stamp 3 little labels here. And you know what? We might as well use this. We'll continue on with that same pattern so it all ties in together. So we'll stamp this little label 3 times. And then we're going to die cut them out. There's a die that goes with that too. Now, if you're Wanda or you're like Wanda and you don't want to have the die cut, you don't have to die cut. Use metal dies with them. You could either fussy cut them out, or you wouldn't even really have to fussy cut them. You could just cut a rectangle, right? And you know, they wouldn't be, you know, that exact shape, but you could just cut a rectangle. All right, so I think right now to make this easier, before I cut them out, it will be much easier. I'd like to stamp a little word on those guys. It'll be much easier if I stamp them here when I have all this paper there, as opposed to trying to stamp on a little tiny label once it is cut out. So we're gonna go back to this again and see what fits. How about if we do, I think seriously will fit. Oh yes, seriously fits. And just the facts fits, because that's what it's all about, right? And I think latest news will fit. Latest news and just the facts. All right, so it will be much easier for me right now to stamp when I have this much of an anchor paper behind it, if that makes sense. Hang on. I think it'll be easier if I have that work for them? Yes, perfect. All right. I hope you guys are having fun. I'm having so much fun. I live for our Saturdays. I mean, it's like I was saying earlier, when it's kind of your business to be, whoopsie, hold on. When it's kind of your business to be creative, sometimes the creativity feels very forced. Like if I have to design a project, a class or something like that, sometimes if the deadline is hit, I have to do it, whether I'm feeling creative or not, right? But this is just so freeing for me. So thank you for letting me do it. It fills my cup. And hanging out with you guys fills my cup. Just makes me happy. All right, seriously is done. And here's the other thing. Just, even if I was by myself and I gave myself permission, because that's what it would be, I'd have to give myself permission to play. Because there's always work to be done, but I'd have to give myself permission to play. But give yourself permission to play, right? It's okay, even if you don't have a project in mind. Get out some of your stamps and play. Get out, your die cuts and do some batch work, right? Get out, if you want to stamp a whole bunch of tabs, stamp a whole bunch of tabs in different colors on different pattern paper. Die cut them out so that next time when you want to have a tab to work with, you already have them done. So you're still having fun and being creative. It's just not maybe having to think too much about it, right? Because sometimes our brains we can't be creative. Sometimes you're like, I just don't have it in me to, get a whole project out and do something. But I'd like to do something fun, so we'll do something like this. Alrighty. Where did my news? Oh, here it is. I understand. Never mind. I understand. There we go. Okay, so let's get our little die now. That little die, that label die. And we will get out our die cut machine and our little sandwich. Now that I say sandwich, it makes me hungry. I think it's lunchtime. All right, now I will run these through one at a time. If I had 3 dies, I would do all them together, but I don't. So you probably don't either. So we'll just do this. Whoops. Oh, power. Need the power. Pam, I love that you're loving today. You love our listing Saturdays. And Kate said, Saturdays with you are always the best. Well, likewise, guys. See, look isn't that fun? Just we have that little label. And that's the kind of thing that you can, I mean, this labels stamp set and die set. I mean, it's not like super exciting, right? Not super exciting, but it's just something that can be used for so many different things. It's just a good basic to have in your repertoire of things. And this is really going to come in handy because when we go back to those photos here in a minute, you couldn't really see what was going on, right? You couldn't really see what was happening. The other thing that I could do here is if I felt like, we'll see, I might feel like I should have a two-sided label, even though I won't put anything on the back of it. I won't stamp on the back of it, but it might be nice to have a little sandwich, right? So basically that label would end up sandwiching that little, those photos. So it wouldn't be raw on the back, right? You know what I mean by that. So I think we'll just run those through a couple more times. Nice thing too about the die set is that you really don't even need to stamp if you didn't want to. You could just use that. That's just an awesome little label for you. All right. There's my little stamp, my stamped labels. All right, die cut machine is going to bed for the day. Okay, so now let's put, we already put our stamp back. Let's get these plates out of the way and we'll put that on the back of there. I think most people do this. I think most people put their dies and stamps together. You store them together so that you're not looking for one when you have the other, right? So that's what I do. That little, that is a magnet that I always have with my dies, and there's little, my stamp storage sleeves you can either get by themselves or you can get your die cut storage. So basically it's the sleeve, a set of the sleeves with the magnets in the 4x6 and the 5x7. All right, so now we just have to figure out where we're going to put these. How about that? I'm going to say seriously on this one. Seriously? Sometimes you got to add the little, you know, you've got to add the tone or inflection. Seriously? Okay, so we'll put this guy right here, and then we will back it with his mate. Right there. Okay, so let's put that back in and just kind of see what that looks like. And now we can tell, oh yeah, there's something happening here, right? So clearly there's something going on. Now, we're going to end up covering part of little Miss Taylor's head, but not too much. We'll try not to cover up too much of her head. But I think I'd feel better about covering up. Well, I have to go over Taylor's head because I wouldn't want that. I want these to kind of alternate back and forth. But it's okay. It's just a little bit of her head. Are you guys Taylor Swift fans? If so, do you like her new album, Life of a Showgirl? I do. I kind of became a Taylor Swift fan during the pandemic with her Folklore album. Oh, I love that so much. So much. All right, and then we've got just the facts. So, what we're seeing in the photos, and again, I just, I keep a list on my phone, a running list all throughout the month of news things that hit, and then I just, you know, add them to the list on my phone so that when I sit down to do a list like this, I'm not racking my brain trying to figure out what the heck happened that I want to document. All right, so what we have that's going to be on my list, plus some other things that aren't pictured. Government shutdown. Diane Keaton passed away, as did Jane Goodall, and I wish I had more of her and not so much of the monkey, but she was one of the world's premier, what is the word? I wrote the word down. Primatologists, the world's most influential primatologist. So she studied primates. Taylor Swift released her latest album, Life of a Showgirl, and big jewelry heist in the middle of the day. $95 million worth of jewels stolen in the middle of the day from the Louvre in France, Paris. And then Prince Andrew was stripped of all of his titles, mixed up one way or another in the Epstein scandal. You have the first female prime minister of Japan. You have giant hurricanes that hit Jamaica. You have the East Wing of the White House torn down. You have the French prime minister who was in office for a month and then quit. And then you have George Santos. His sentence was commuted. One of our illustrious senators, congressmen, House of Representatives. I don't remember which one. All right, anyhow, so that is really wrapping up my list on the right side. So now we need to write our list on the left. So sometimes, usually I use photos, but not all the time. But this one is generally always a run-on list. I shouldn't say generally. I'm never doing commentary on my list. It's just kind of what it is. All right. So we do need, I can tell here, we're going to need some kind of line here. So we'll kind of continue with our grid. In this case, we'll do a solid underline like we have been doing here. Just to separate our title from our words, the things on my list. Let's see, let's color this in. And then we'll be ready to roll. So, more often than not, there are more things on my list than I have printed photos for, which is totally fine. Sometimes I only have 1 or 2 photos. Like when Rory, easy for me to say, Rory McIlroy, the golfer, won the, oh my gosh, what did he win? I can see the list right in my head. I think it was in April. He won the, oh my gosh, someone help me. Because where is my traveler's notebook? That would have those lists in it. I have no idea. Anyhow, when he won the golf tournament that he won, no, Prince Andrew, oh my gosh, Diane. Masters, okay, let's back up. Yes. When Rory McIlroy, the Irish golfer, won that Masters earlier this year, I only had 1 photo that I used. Now, I also need to very much change what I said because what I said was not a fact. That is Prince Andrew, not Prince William. That was a big whoops, okay? That is Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew had his titles, all of it taken away, not Prince William. That was a huge whoopsie. Yeah, that was not a, don't start spreading that rumor. I'm sure if I ran in those circles, I'd be getting a letter, maybe a lawsuit, right? Of course, I don't run in those circles, so we're okay. All right, I think the last thing I'm going to add at the bottom here, because it's very bottom heavy here and not so much here. I'm going to use this stamp, the newsworthy definition. And that is a nice, long, wide stamp, so it will stamp very nicely right there along the bottom. Okay. Excuse me, please. Oh, we have been watching, I don't know, it's fall, right? TV. And I have not been feeling well all week, so every night we've been sitting down and watching a show or some shows. Pluribus. Have you guys heard about that one? Pluribus. Oh, if you like Breaking Bad and you like Better Call Saul, it is the same writers, Vince Gilligan, and I don't remember who else is part of that, but wrote Pluribus. I don't know which streaming service is on, so you'd have to Google it. It is Saul's girlfriend is the main character, but it has nothing to do with Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul. She's just the actress. Wow, it is good. It's very interesting. It's like, holy cow. Very interesting storyline. So, it's called Pluribus. You know, like this. Like, I have to write this part out, but it's like pluribus. So that's it, pluribus. Pluribus. And I don't know how that's how you pronounce it. It's Latin. Is it Apple TV? Okay, Apple TV. All right. Yes, it's good. It is a recommend. And then Landman, we talked about, that one is back for season 3. And then also the morning show. I think that's also Apple, with Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon and a whole slew of cast of characters. And Nick and I got really confused. So it's season 4 right now, and we were watching like the recap of season 3, and we're like, we don't even remember any of this. Like, did we miss something? We think we completely missed season 3. So we're now watching season 3. Yes, Paula, Pluribus is a little confusing. So you know that that something's going to happen when it's over, and you'll be like, oh. I have a theory. My personal theory is that, she's an author. The main character in the book is an author. And my theory is this was a story that she's writing and it's not real, but I don't know. And that didn't give anything away because it's just my theory. So we'll see. But yeah, it's very bizarre. It's kind of, interesting. End of the world-ish. All right, so now we are ready for the items on my news list. Now, I think what I will end up doing is I think I am going to, what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring in some more color. Today is all about the colored pencils, apparently. So I would like this pink or this pink, some pink, like some pig from Charlotte's Web, but it's some pink. I think Opera Rose will be it. So let's locate Opera Rose. Apparently I like Opera Rose because I've used it quite a bit. We better sharpen this guy just a tad. I feel like I need a little bit more color down here. So, whoopsie. I'm going to color in the typewriter keys. So quiet. I wonder what Nick is doing. I can't hear. Just color in those typewriter keys just to bring that color a little bit more. We have a lot of it here, but we have some of it here and some of it here. We're just kind of, I don't know, continuing a little bit more with our visual triangle. But this is a different visual triangle, right? Because this one, well, no, it's the same one, like that. Same triangle. And if I really wanted to get crazy, I could kind of color all those in really dark. I won't, and then I could lightly color in the whole background of that typewriter. So you could definitely rely on your watercolors, or you could rely on your colored pencils or your markers to really add a lot of color to your stamps without having to have a lot of different, colored stamping ink. But you know me, I've got lots of ink. All right, so that just added a little bit more fun to otherwise depressing news. Okay. So now we are ready for what is on our list. Now, if I wanted to really have fun with it, you know what? I think I'm going to. I am going to, for my bullets, the things that will separate the items on my list, I am going to use... where did that in the news go? What if I think I'm going to use this little TV set, that little teeny tiny TV set. And guess what color I am going to use? It is not going to be black. It is going to be pink. See, we can have fun with the news. It is going to be pink. And so I think I will probably use Kitsch Flamingo. Kitsch Flamingo. Oh, Paula, all her fault. No, all her fault. I need to write that down. All her fault. I don't know. Morning show was really starting to drag, so we kind of set that one off aside. I don't know why it was dragging, but all her fault. I will look at that one. Now, kind of speaking of, where's Kitsch Flamingo? Okay, here it is. Speaking of, where? Let me see. Oh, yes. Maybe? Where? Hold on. Oh, yes. Speaking of shows, this is a list that we did a couple weeks back. Well, we did it back in September. Shows we're looking forward to this fall. So if you like to watch TV, or if you like to stream things, or maybe this time of year when the days start getting shorter and you're like, oh, well, the days aren't getting shorter. Daylight is getting shorter, but not the days. You could make a list like this of things that you would like to remember to watch, right? Oh, Black Rabbit. In fact, you know what, while I'm here, look at Black Rabbit. We watched. Diplomat. We finished that. Nobody Wants This is back again, the morning show. So we're going to do that one. Tulsa Kings is coming back. Landman. Anyhow, I'm watching a little bit of NFL football. So, right, you could make a list about shows that you want to watch or books that you want to read or what have you. Okay. Now it's funny because that bullet stamp that I had used there, that was a bullet stamp. Those were little tiny TVs. And now this is a larger TV that is on in the new stamp set. So let's see here. Do we like that? I think that's going to be fun, that just big TV. Now, I know we get our news from lots of different places besides the TV, right? And it's just going to be really faint. So it'll be really faint, kind of like that is really faint as well. All right, so on my list, in no particular order, and again, just the facts. When we do this, we do just the facts. Okay, hold on. Carol said, morning show's amazing. I need to get Apple TV back at some point, maybe after the busy holidays, so we can catch up on that one. Let's see, Diane, I would love it if you could link your photos for the month you use. Is that something you could do? Diane, I don't know. Let me think about that. Laura Lee. Rosie Posey said, I've been getting my colored pencils out lately. Classic, right? Classic. Zen Girls. Anyone remember when you're scoring paper? Do you fold in the valley or the mountain? Zen Girls, you want your fold to be, for me at least, I want my fold to be on the valley, because then I won't see my paper if it's starting to reveal some of the white core. All right, that's how I do it, but that's just me. Jackie said she left at 10:45. We're still growing strong. We are. You went to Brighton for your Christmas charms and then out to lunch with your hubby. That sounds like fun. All Her Fault is good. There's another one for All Her Fault. Yes, Mountain on the Inside. Correct. Yes. Man on the Inside, yes. Carol, we've been watching that one too. Severance and Last of Us. So Severance. I don't know. We watched that and then we just lost interest. So we might have to pick that one up again. Last of Us. Do I have that on my list? Last of Us. Isn't it funny? Sometimes you're like, where did I write that? All Her Fault and Last of Us. Sometimes I'm like, have I watched that? Do I know what that is? I don't know. Okay, first thing on my list in no level of importance, right? These are just on here. The U.S. federal government shut down after Congress failed to pass funding legislation. Fact. Okay, next on my list, another fact is that there were, let's see how I'm going to word this, millions